Good Sunday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario, as we continue our four-day stretch of harness action under, yet again, beautiful conditions. Sun is shining all day long and right into the evening program. We've got 10 dashes on a lightning fast track coming your way in about 45 minutes time, 16 Celsius, 61 Fahrenheit. Just a nice little breeze out there. We've got it coming from the northwest at 14 kilometers an hour. Welcome inside the announcer's booth, everybody. Chad Rosema back to call the action here tonight. We've already had a couple of great nights of racing. Last night was fantastic. Solid 12-pack, a really good handle. Appreciate everybody playing along. Some great stakes winners. And, Brandon Boulevard, very sharp in his Sun Beach somewhere, which he's going to use as a prep into the Pepsi North America Cup eliminations. And if you were able to connect on some of those long shots last night, there were some huge payouts, some so big that it has triggered a Pick 6 carryover into tonight's program. So we've got that as part of our 10-pack. Standing by in studio, flying solo tonight. It's the Hall of Famer Randy Waples. He's got plenty to recap, and he'll look ahead at tonight's program. Race number 1 starts wagering on the early Pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. There's no changes in the opening leg. Race 2 is all clear. Early Pick 4 starts in Race 3, where number 3, Bank on Lucas, Steel to Flip-Flops up front and Blind to Blinkers. So Steel to Flip-Flops up front, Blind to Blinkers, the change on the 3. The 7, Sparks Fly, gets an all-around shoe change from Steel to Aluminum. Steel to Aluminum all around on the 7. Fourth race, start of the Pick 6. As mentioned, we've got a carryover to seed the pool. Almost 11 grand in there is going to seed that pool. Number 5, Military Secret, Steel to Aluminum shoes up front. Steel to Aluminum up front on the 5 in the start of that Pick 6. Race 5, no changes. Tonight's 6th race starts the late Pick 5. Just note that number 6, AK Black Badger, is not missing any chart lines. Chart lines are up to date. Late Pick 4 underway in Race 7, where 6, Can't Stop Lou, will go Blind to Blinkers. Hobbles also are going to get let out an inch from 61.5 to 62.5 inches. Blind to Blinkers, hobbles 61.5 to 62.5 inches on number 6, Can't Stop Lou. Race 8, scratch the 2 Mastercraft. That's sick. Take out the 2 Mastercraft. He's sick. 9th race, no changes. High 5 finale race 10. Carry over at more than $73,000. Scratch due to sickness, number 7, Crystal Baller. Take out the 7, Crystal Baller, sick. Next door, the 8, Deborah, removes the blinkers. Blinkers to open on number 8, Deborah. That's it for early changes. Good luck with all your wagers on this Sunday program as we wrap up the month of May. 42 away from the first of 10. Downstairs we go. Sunday edition of Woodbine Racing Live with Randy Waples.
Still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell over the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Cup 25, Canada's horse. Sun Beach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
There, off and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Welcome to Woodbine Mohawk Park on this Sunday evening. I'm Randy Waples. I'm going to be flying solo tonight here at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and I'm going to try to get you through this Sunday night racing, and what a beautiful night we have for the racing tonight. So actually surprised that Chad made it into work. I thought he'd be out on the golf course on a day like today. Absolutely stunning Ontario weather out there today, and we had some nice weather over in Sweden today. I don't know if any of you guys got up early and watched the Elite Lop today. I, just kind of glanced over it. Not looking to cause any world wars or anything like that, but 48 flat, I don't know. I mean, I guess anything's beyond, anything's possible, but they told me that they set it up with a 25 flat opening quarter on a 5/8 mile track. Trotters, Wow. Anyway, either way, I heard that they had a huge crowd. Big reception over there for all the horses and the horsemen. Huge crowds that they usually have there. But I think after COVID, they said that it kind of dwindled down a little bit. And then they said for whatever reason this year there was a lot of people there again this year. So it's always nice to see the Elite Lop well supported. One of the most famous harness races in the world. I never got a chance to compete in that. I know a few people that did. My brother was over there too. He said it was absolutely, fantastic racing over there. So, bucket list for Randy Waples. Anyway, interesting night that we had going last night. And I think that we're going to do a recap on some of the action that was happening here last night. We had 3 really nice stake races. And we're going to start off showing you the replay of the Some Beach Somewhere. And this one's going to be win in 48-1 by Brandon Boulevard. And what I would consider to be a well-looked after Brandon Boulevard. He is yet to ask him here right now. Now, my own self, I would say that at some point this horse is probably going to start to kind of go to sleep, because when they get out there by themselves like that and you don't do anything with them, you kind of got to get their attention back again. I thought the horse was incredibly good. So that's another one that add to the list, the growing list of horses that's going to be facing off against the undefeated Bojangles. But Brandon Boulevard really looking good. So let's go to the graduate. We had 2 eliminations of the 4-year-old graduate, one the trot and one the pace. And this one is the trot. You're going to see Jason Bartlett again is going to try to knife his way up the inside. At this point, James has him basically shut down, but James's horse is starting to tire, and when they tire, they will drift a little bit, and he starts to drift a little bit, and Jason is able to find his way up the inside and get the Gagne. Really nice effort there by Monserrati in that race. And then we had a big upset in this one here. This was a huge throwdown. This one, we had Prince Hal Hanover up on top, and we had Bruno No, causing as much havoc on the outside. We got Louis coming off of Prince Hal's back with Sugarman, and it looks like Louis going to get the job, but look on the outside of your screen. Here comes James, but look at Mr. McClure. He is absolutely honking on the end of it, and that is going to be Captain Deo for Bob McClure and Gary Murner. Huge mile. But it's funny because we were talking about this race, me and Mark McKelvey, before the race went, and we mentioned Captain Dale. I had him in for 4th. He went off at 25-1, but we said that, even if we didn't really look at him as a win candidate due to who he was in against, he's bringing the speed that if there's, they get a little crazy, he can get the job done, and sure enough, he got the job done. So Brandon Boulevard, 1-5, was a winner of the Some Beach Somewhere, and in 48-1, stakes record, new stakes record for the Great Some Beach Somewhere stake. Montserrat was the winner in there. He looked like he was your favorite, 6-5 in there, and the Captain Dale, we watched that one, 25-1 on the end at fastest mile of the night. Really raced very, very well in there. It's nice to see it. He's just a horse that's brought a lot of speed, and unfortunately he's had to race, against Bojangles as a 2-year-old, and not as Bojangles, but had to race good horses like Legendary Hanover and Nijinsky, I think it is, and now he's going to be out there on his own now and just bringing that speed. So nice to see Captain Deo coming up with a nice graduate win in there. Favorites went 4 for 12. That's not too bad, 33%. I've seen it like higher than that. It would be nicer to see it a little bit lower, but still not a horrible number. Waterloo, 17-1. Barb Leahy, 34-1. PL Aussie with Jonathan Drury, 55-1. $113, I think that one paid, and then Captain Dale at 25-1. So obviously there was a lot of long shots to be raced last night. The early bird pick 5 paid $56,000 for in there. The pick six carryover that we have heading in tonight, almost $11,000 in that one. And the jackpot high five carryover continues to grow, and it's up at a healthy $73,000. So by the time the North American Cup rolls around, there's probably a pretty good chance that that's going to be up over $100,000, and that's always nice because there's always a chance that we can have a mandatory payout on one of those big nights. Kind of a nice way to bring the crowd in when you have a $100,000 plus carryover into that high five. So continues to grow, and we're going to move on here. Are we moving on, Jason? Okay, so let's move on to tonight's program, and we're going to start off with race number 1. And this is going to be the kickoff to that $75,000 guaranteed pick 5. We got trotters, 5-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 3 races, but not more than 5. You Got It Kemp, I have in for second in here. We're going to start that way. I got him in for second. He made a break in that first race, but this guy brings a lot. I mean, you can see he was a super final champion as a 2-year-old, missed his 3-year-old year. Now he's back racing as a 4-year-old. Didn't, the qualifiers look good, but didn't start off the way that we wanted, where there ended up being a refund on You Got It Kemp. But I'm going to throw him back in for second. Now, Bingo Night, got her in for third. She's going to go on to the Lasix program. Team Jones got 3 solid qualifiers into this girl. Her last 2, she was a winner both times, and her last one in 56, last quarter in 28-1. So I say she's good to go, but she does have a couple of tough horses in against her. Not really sure how hard they're going to want to be on her, but I do think that she's good enough to get up onto the ticket. But Ungawa is the route that I'm going to go with this one. This is a mighty, mighty drop down for this horse. You can see 2 starts ago, he ended up in this very same class and was the easiest of winners from the 9-hole. I mean, this horse has been drawn really, really bad positions. He's had 3 9s, an 8, and a rail, and I don't really consider the rail for a trotter to be that much more advantageous than an outside post, so really drawn bad. Now he gets the 2-hole way down in class. Mark McDonald, I think, is picking up a really, really live drive out of the Paul McDonnell camp. So Ungawa is the way I'm going to go on to You Got It Kemp, on to Bingo Night, and in on the bottom I'm going to throw in PL Robert G, who usually throws good races in here as well. So that's how I'm going to start. And Ungawa going to be a sweep for all of us, and it looks like You Got It Kemp is going to be a sweep, except for Garnsdale is going to go Bingo Night. I can see that one after You Got It Kemp making that break. He's not even going to use You Got It Kemp, but I don't know. You Got It Kemp brings a lot, so I really do think that he can make his way up onto the board, but different set of eyes. So let's move on to race number 2. And this is going to be claiming handicap 12 to 16,000 on the pace. Got to love those claimers. Let's quickly talk about the 6-horse Forefather. I got him in for second. Jamie Copley took over the training duties on this guy. Tyler Schlattman had a real good role with Forefather. Now Jamie Copley takes over. Now he finishes second in this first race for Copley, but check out the last quarter, 25 flat. Wow. We've always known that this horse possesses high speed on the end of his mile, but 25 flat, that is absolutely flying. You get to 26 flat, you can feel it out there. 25 flat, this horse was absolutely rolling. But the problem is sometimes he does have a tendency to get away, lag a little bit at the start and get away at the end of it. But that seems to be his best style of racing. It's just that you got to put up with not really seeing much of him for the first 3/4 of a mile. And then, he comes steaming on the end of it. James is going to stick. He's been getting along really good with this horse. Drove him at different times for Schlattman, and now he's going to draw. This will be the second time for Jamie Copley. I'm going to throw him in for second. Tell It, Russ, Tell It. I'm going to throw him in for third. Recently gone into the Demers camp, and he's been racing very, very good for him. Little splitting his time between our track and Flamborough, but still racing well. But where I'm going to go is the 8-horse Code Cracker. This is a huge drop down for a horse that just won a 35,000 claiming handicap 2 starts ago, and then in his last race in that same against that same bunch, does another chop and ends up finishing third in there to JJ Xavier. I just think that this is too much, dropping from a 30, 35, 40,000 claimers into 12 to 16. Obviously, there's a reason why, that there's a bit of a fire sale going on here, but I'm going to put him up on top. I just, if he comes to play at all, he's going to be a lot for anybody to beat in here. And with my second pick being Forefather, he's going to have to probably beat Codecracker when Codecracker goes one way and Forefather goes the other. So I don't know if he's going to have another last quarter and 25 flat into him or not, but he might need it in here tonight. So let's move on to race number 3, and we're going to stay with more trotters, actually. And non-winners, the 2,500 last 4 starts. We got a field of 8 in this one. Nice little group in here. This is going to be my worth a look in here. I'm going to play Phoenix up on top. I mean, there's some horses that are racing really good in here. Daffy Hanover I have in for second, PL Sapphire in for third, and I threw Pat Houdon's horse my way in for fourth. Always seems like he's got good wheels on the end of it, and he faces a lot of 10 and 9 horse fields. This is only an 8 horse field, gets him a little bit closer, and if he can apply those last quarters in 27 and change, he's going to pass a few horses here. So I'm going to throw him down in on the bottom. But Phoenix, he's got the 1 qualifier under his belt. And then last week, he showed up. I thought it was a good effort on the end of it, 28-1 and mile and 56. I'm pretty well guaranteed that I think anyway, that Bert's probably going to race him the same way. I mean, because the horse races just as good coming from off the pace as he does being up in front. And I think that as long as he doesn't get any serious traffic, there's nobody really in here that kind of scares me on and any more than I'm scared of Phoenix. So Phoenix is the way that I'm going to go. My numbers in race number 3. The kickoff to the early pick 4 is 6, 5, 1, and 8. So let's move on to race number 4. And this is an interesting race because this is going to be the kickoff, the pick 6 tonight. And last night we had a carryover. So we're going to be bringing in some seed money for this pick 6. There's carryovers over $10,000 going to be used to boost this pool up. Anytime that we've had a pick 6, they've usually gone for like really, really good money, anywhere between like say 40. I think I seen it the one time go for $70,000. It might have been a little bit more of a carryover, like maybe 16 or 20, but I think it went for around 70,000. So this is going to go be a nice little pool tonight. So sharpen up the pens and maybe you can get yourself part of the pick 6, because I think that they're maybe giving you the first race in the pick 6 sequence, and that's going to be Premier First Star in race number 4. So let's take a look at the replay of Premier First Star in his last start. Now, his last start is going to be the first time that he's going to be on the Lasix program. As you know, I'm a big fan of second start Lasix, so that is what tonight is going to be. Now, I'm a big fan of second start Lasix if not too much is done in the early stages of the first start Lasix. This guy went right to the back and had good movement on the end of it for Daryl Thiessen and Mike Nowitzki. Now the horse moves into Jody Cullen's barn. Going to be leaving the Nowitzki barn, going to be second start Lasix in the Cullen barn and picking up Travis Cullen in here. So big drop down for this guy, going from the non-winners of 6,000 down to the non-winners of 1,000. This is rock bottom on our circuit, and going into a very, very tough barn. Right now with Jody Cullen, having a great season. So let's take a look at Premier First Star, Daryl Thiessen with the guy. And like I said, he's got good movement on the end of it. You can see Daryl, he's the 7 horse. He gives him a little tap, but he's really a horse that's moving really, really well on the end of it. So I don't mind this, and the big drop down and going to a different barn. There's just a lot of different things that Premier First Star is going to be dealing with in here tonight. So he's going to be my top pick in here. I'm going to back him up with Crazy World for Kathy Chikeen and James McDonald. He's touring. Going to throw him in for third for Carmen Osceola and Jonathan Drury. Going to be making his way onto the Lasix program tonight, and I could see, it helping a horse like he's touring. Obviously brings some speed, but he should have a much faster mark than 54-2, and I think he should have more wins than 10 and 62,000 put away. I think the Lasix could really help this horse out big time, so I'm going to take a chance, throw him in for third. And then Military Secret, going to throw him in on the bottom. This is a 10-year-old Captain Treacherous that brings a lot of back class to these races, got an overall mark of 50-2, but he's also going to get a shoeing change tonight from Michelle Bowen. He's going to go from steel to aluminum in front, so they're going to try to make him a little bit quicker in here. Had to deal with the 10 hole in his first start back. That was in non-winners of 2,500. Now he takes another little step down into the non-winners of 1,000. So I think he's good enough to jump up on the ticket for Mark McDonald and Michelle Bowen. So let's move on to race number 5. And we have horses and geldings claiming 8,000 for 5,500 last 4 starts. Where I'm going to go here, I'm going to call him my beat the favorite, because he certainly hasn't been going off on favorite status, and that is Tour Champion. Now, he does have the 1 win. We seen that over our surface back in the wintertime, and it was a kind of what I would call it, maybe a soft track. Muddy, kind of soft sort of a track, and this horse just went down the road and was an easy winner in 53, and I think he won by like 9 or 10 lengths that day, and then he's just never come anywhere close to that. But here's where I'm going with it. I thought his first start for Demers was the soundest I've seen him in a long, long time. I thought the horse looked incredible out on the track. So let's take a look at the replay of Tour Champion, because he is going to be a single of mine in these opening pick 5, and he's going to be my top pick in this race. J.R. Plant does a lot of Gerard Demers' driving, and this one going to be second start Demers. We know that Demers is off to a huge start to his year. So let's take a look at Tour Champion and J.R. Plant. First start for Demers, and like you said, I think you'll understand why. I kind of want to go back to this guy. So right away, this big free-legged fellow out of the 2-hole. JR's back there looking for room, finding his way out there. But again, the big thing with him that I found was that he looked so sound in the post parade. Like, I mean, incredibly sound. I think he's just a little bit of a case of being out of position here a little bit. He had no momentum when he started him forward. Now, at this point, I don't see anybody passing him, but I still see him looking to pass horses. So I think it was a better effort on stalled. But where I'm really going with it is the fact that he was so sound. And I know that JR can get one off the gate. And if he's looking to do a down the road show, I think I would really take a chance with Tour Champion and just send him down the Riud. Because I think that he's incredibly sound. I think he's down in a very, very cheap kind of a class. He has been racing his last start. That was an 8,000 straight claimer. This is an 8,000 condition claimer. Look at the difference in the purse. 9,000 last week, 7,500 this week. This is a much cheaper class than what he was in his last start. I really like him in here tonight. Tour Champion is going to be a single for me. I'm going to throw Royal JK in on the bottom for Melissa Lamoureux. This one going to be second start Lasix. Really responded. The first start Lasix at London was a winner in there. Smokestack, an interesting one as well. This is going to be second start Cullen. Going to throw this one in for third. First start for them, he had the 9-hole, went to the back, but had some good movement on the end of it. You can see a back half in 55 flat. Third quarter 27-1. Overall mile of 53 flat. So he looked really good first start for Cullen. Hopefully he gets a nice kind of trip in here tonight. And in on the bottom, I went with the 8-horse Ragonite for Dean Nixon and Louis Waugh. I thought he raced really, really good in his last start for Nicky Boyd. So Louis Waugh could be picking himself up a live drive with this Dean Nixon trainee, Ragonite. So let's move on to race number 6. And this is going to be the start of the late pick 5 tonight. And I think, again, we're looking at a horse here that I think is going to be real, real tough in here. And that's going to be Catch Me Gracefully. Garnet also likes this one up in here tonight. Been doing a lot of racing at the B tracks. But, it's been competitive here. You can see down on the bottom line, raced here at Woodbine in an 8,000 claimer and finished second in there to, who is that there? Got me on that one. But had a good second in there, paced home in 28-1, mile in 54. Then more or less disappeared to the B tracks for a while. Now comes back here in Melissa Loyer's barn. She's only had this horse 3 starts, had 2 wins and a 4th. This will be the 4th start for this one, and I think that she can come out of tonight with a win. Heaven's Little Door, going to be racing in here for Cullen. Another one coming over from the B tracks. Don't know much about this one, but racing very good on the Bs. So I'm going to throw her in as a piece of it. Captain Chloe, Andre Goyce, and Katie Graham. I'm going to throw this one in for third. And Smells Like Teen Spirit, James McDonald for Robert Jarvis. Don't know much about this guy other than the fact he is taking a pretty substantial drop down, racing in the optional 10s over at Flamborough. Even before he had the qualifier and some time off, he was racing in optional 9s and 10s at London as well. Now he's going to face condition 8. So nice drop down, and he picks up James McDonald. So going to throw him down in on the bottom of my ticket in there. Catch Me Gracefully, a sweep with all the handicappers in that one, and I could see that happening. So let's move on to race number 7. And another interesting little bunch of claimers. I love having the claimers. This is, kind of like my bread and butter, I suppose. My dad didn't race a whole lot of claimers, raced a few, but I cut my teeth in Fred Hoffman's barn, and trust me, Fred had a lot of claimers. And, at that time, he was considered the king of the claimers on the backstretch, and just always, enjoyed getting a fresh horse, trying to get him a little bit better, and then getting him in to go, and, playing that game with him. I always enjoyed that. I could understand why a lot of people, when they first get into this business, their first venture in is going to be a claimer, because you know what you're getting, and you can race them right back in 7 days. And that's the kind of that's the hook that we use sometimes, to get new people involved. So it's always nice to see a real nice, strong claiming program. And I think that we're starting to get a little bit more back into that. Maybe, not what it was years ago, but certainly, a little bit more each year I found in the last couple. But in this race, I think that I went a single in this one. Yes, I did. And that is going to be the 8-horse Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go for Gerard Demers. Demers barn, really, really hot right now. This guy has been racing extremely well. Each week he gets a little stronger and a little stronger. Look at the mile that he came up with last week. In fact, look at the mile he came up with last week. We're going to show you the mile that he came up with last week. I had it down as a good first over and multiple moves. So he had the 9-hole, going to have the 8-hole to deal with in here tonight as well. But I really don't think that this is, really any stronger bunch than what he had to face last week. I mean, Smiles for Miles is a nice 20,000 condition claimer, but no better than Volcanic in my opinion. And Volcanic, this horse easily handled Volcanic in his last start. So he's basically coming back to the same kind of bunch. And the only thing is his form is just incredibly good right now. So you can see JR, and I mean, he almost gets the job done a couple of times prior to this race. Really, really close to getting the victory, but really hard fought, looks good, and coming back with the 8-hole. So Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go is going to be my top pick in there. And again, I think he is a single in my pick 5, my late pick 5. So we also got a shoeing change, actually an equipment change coming in race number 7 too, for the 6-horse Can't Stop Lou. Recently good, just going to be first start for Lindsay Kerr. She's going to go blind to blinkers on Can't Stop Lou, and she's going to open the hobbles up 61.5 to 62.5. So Can't Stop Lou got a big stride on him. Going to go to a 62.5-inch hobble. Anytime you're over 60, that's a pretty big stride. So 62.5, that's a big horse. Okay, let's move on to race number 8. Get back onto the trots. This is going to be non-winners of 9,000. In this one, Mastercraft won't be racing with us tonight. He was my second pick in here tonight. I thought he looked real good in here, but now we're going to be down to a field of 7. And what it's really going to do is it's going to bring these outside horses into it. So last week with Perfetto, it looked like there was an objection filed by his driver in against, I can't remember who it was, but he filed an objection. The objection was disallowed, but yet there is an interference break going into the first turn. So, riddle me that. But anyway, if Dagfin was leaving with them last week, which he was in the non-winners of 6,000, and now he's going to have the 5-hole to work with, I think there's a good chance he comes out of there again with them. I think the distance learning, there's a good chance that they're going to come out of there with him. They do race him from off, but he's on good form right now, and he's got good gate speed, so I could see them coming out of there with him. And where that does is Zed Athena, I think it maybe brings her more into the race, and she's actually the one that, even though my friend Jose is the way that I'm going to go, I'm kind of interested with Zed Athena because this is the first time that we've seen Mark get back up on her in quite a while. And she hasn't really been, maybe, we've been kind of waiting for that, what she showed us last year. Haven't quite seen it yet, but maybe tonight with the addition of James, we might see that out of her. So this is kind of a little bit of a dangerous race since the scratch of the 2-horse. But I'm going to go my friend Jose. What else do we got in here? Most of the guys are looking at What About Elmo. I got him in he'll be my third pick in here right now. He's got the 2 starts under his belt and a qualifier. The qualifier, he was a winner. So that, they were just more or less kind of getting him out of those tough classes. Now he takes a big drop down, but he gets the rail too. And that sort of bugs me a little bit there. So I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket. So let's move on to race number 9. And we're going to switch back over to the pace. Interesting race in here as well. Miraculous Desby dropping right down into the non-winners of 2,500, but yet he still shows on the bottom where he had a nice race in the Open 2, pacing home in 26 flat back half and 54 flat. I mean, if he could do that in this race, look out for the rest of them. But he just hasn't been really, giving us that good form, but he hasn't been drawn very good either. He gets the rail after that open start. Didn't really get him off into a good spot. He got away 5th, didn't really work for him. And then his last 3, he's had a 7, a 9, and a 10. Now he comes back to the 7 again in here tonight. So I'm going to take a chance with him just on the big drop down that maybe Miraculous Desby is going to be able to start getting something happening here. He's a consistent 52 winner on our circuit 2 years in a row. I think 52 would tie this class up, to tell you the truth. Maybe in a few weeks it wouldn't, but right now, the way that it is, I think 52 would tie it up. Salzbrook Ian, going to throw him in on the bottom. Really stale date on this guy, almost a month away, but I think he brings a lot of raceability. In for third, I got Ethereum Party coming back from Flamborough for Tyler Borth and Jake Roberts. And Control the Power. Scotty Young going to be picking up the drive for David Snowden in here. So my numbers in race number 9, 7, 4, 1, and 2. And that gives us one more race to talk about, and that's going to be the 10th race, and where the jackpot high five, again, $73,000, over $73,000 to go in to bring into that jackpot high five. So it's going to start to become a very popular play here real soon. I'm going to go Tactical Strike in this one. Garnet also going to go Tactical Strike. I didn't use Jimon. Now, it's going to work out bad for me. He had the 9-hole, went to the front, but I simply said I just don't really trust the horse. He can go a big mile, or he can go kind of a not so big mile. He can also jump it off, in inopportune moments. Now, I think a lot of people are going to be playing Jimon tonight. I'm going to walk away from him, and if he beats me, he beats me. But I think that he's going to be taking a lot of support, and I think he's playable against. So I'm going to go Tactical Strike, and in on the bottom, or I'm in for second. I'm going to go All Gas, No Brakes. Louis Waugh going to be picking up the drive on this one. Had a real good race last week for Darrell. Been racing really good all year for Billy Davis. So Louis going to pick himself up a live drive here in non-winners of 6,000. And I use Southwind Domino in for third as well. Bit of a stale date. May the 10th was the last one here, but another horse that can kind of fool you once in a while, and he has the 10-hole. So just a race that I don't really see any clear-cut favorites. If my retirement dream was racing a little bit better, I might, jump all over him. But I think Tactical Strike can take this group down in here. So my numbers in race number 10, 4, 9, 10, 3, and 8 on the bottom. And Tactical Strike is a 3/4 sweep. Gisland is going to go cover band. He's going to go with the 3-horse. I got him in for 4th. Raced real well in that last start for Cassidy Schneider, but does come up a class cover band. Okay, so let's take a look at some of my tickets for tonight. And we're going to start this off with my pick 5. And we're going to start off 3 deep in the first 3 legs. I'm going to go the 2, the 3, and the 4. That's going to be Ungawa, You Got It, Kemp, and Bingo Night. In race number 2, we're going to stay with the 3 deep. That's going to be Tell It, Russ, Tell It, For Father, and Code Cracker are going to be my top pick. And Ungawa was my top pick in race number 1. Race number 3, staying with the 3 deep. PL Sapphire, Daffy Hanover, and Phoenix. Phoenix will be my top pick in there. And then the two singles, Premier First Star and Tour Champion, is how I'm going to close it off. So $27 ticket for $1 if you're looking to play along. And okay, so now what are we going to go to? We're going to go to my pick 6. And I'm going to start this one off with a couple of singles. So in race number 4, I'm going to single the Premier First Star. In race number 5, it's going to be a single of the 2-horse Tour Champion in there. And then in race number 6, I'm going to go too deep in here. Heaven's Little Dragon coming over from Cullen. Don't know much about this one, but Catch Me Gracefully. I really do think this is this one's race to win. If she didn't happen to, adjust to the big track very well, then maybe the 2-horse can bail me out on that. In race number 7, I went with an all of Stick 'em In, Let 'em Go. I just think he's so good right now. In race number 8, I'm going to all this one. Now, originally it was an all of 8. It's going to be an all of 7 with Mastercraft being scratched. But one of the reasons why I was alling it was due to Mastercraft. But either way, I do think that there's a possibility that I can catch a price in this race. So I'm going to all that one and then close it off in race number 9 using the 1 Ethereum Party, the 4 Salzbrook Ian, and the 7 Miraculous Desby in that one. So what are we going to head on to now? Maybe a late pick 5? Yeah. Okay, so late pick 5. This one's going to start off. Okay, so we're going to go 2 and 3 with this one. Heaven's Little Dragon, the Cullen Horse, Catch Me Gracefully is going to be my top pick. Race number 7, Singling, Stick Me In, Let 'em Go. Race number 8, What About Elmo is not... Yes, What About Elmo is on my ticket. I did use him on there. So What About Elmo, Zed Athena, and My Friend Jose. I was going 4 deep in there with Mastercraft, but now he will not be with us tonight. So down to a field of 3, and there makes the ticket a little cheaper. Race number 9, Salzbrook Ian, Miraculous Desby. Race number 10, Tactical Strike will be my top pick, and I'm going to throw in my second pick, and that is going to be All Gas, No Brakes in that one. Yes. Okay, so let's take a quick look at the plays of the night as well. And my plays of the night are going to start off in race number 3. It's going to be Phoenix. I'm going to have him down as worth a look. I really do think he's the strongest horse in the race. It's just him coming off the layoff. It's a bit of a guess. All in's going to be Premier First Star tonight. Second start, Lasix, going into the Cullen Barn, and a big drop down in class. Beat the favorite, Tour Champion. Like I said, I thought the horse looked incredibly sound in his last start, and he's also going to take a substantial drop down, get away from the straight 8s into the dummy 8s. And Waples Watch is going to be Stick Me In and Let Him Go in race number 7. I just think this horse is on really wicked form right now, even with the outside post position. So I think that just about does it. Here we go, and we got the plays of the night from the residents. So Garnett's going to go spot play with Aragonite tonight. I think he's coming out of the Dean Nixon stable. Yes, Aragonite, Louis Waugh, and Dean Nixon. Gisland, going to go cover band. He's really racing good right now, and I agree with him. Pay attention on that one. 10-1, nice juicy morning line. And Kevin's going to go Crystal Baller in race number 10, but unfortunately for Kevin, that's going to be a scratch. Crystal Baller will not be going with him tonight, so no value play for Kevin in race number 10. But the other 2 horses are both in action right now. Okay, so let's take a break. Randy's voice needs a break. So I'll be back to talk to you in a couple of minutes. And sit back, get ready, because we are at Woodbine Mohawk Racetrack, and we are getting ready for a fine night of racing with 10 races on the docket. Stick around. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Winbank Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and 2-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing better than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
claiming activity coming up in race 2 tonight. 2 claims in on the 4 Bayfield Beach. Single claims entered on 6-4 Father 8 Code Cracker. 4 Bayfield Beach, 2 claims, 6-4 Father 8 Code Cracker, 1 claim entered in tonight's second race. Trotters for race 1 on Post Parade. Leading off, 1 is Griff. Burt Renault in the bike. Jeffrey Thompson trains and owns with Laurie Thompson, Murray Brother, and Kyle Northover. The 2 is Ungawa. Mark McDonald drives. Paul McDonnell trains for the estate of Dale Toll. We're going to go to 4 next. Bingo Night. Tanner Jones in tow. Dustin Jones trains for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Hebert Horses Incorporated, and Showbloom Racing Incorporated. Number 5, the Barracuda, driven by J.R. Plage. Gerard Demers trains and owns with Antonio Tangretta. Here's 6, Get the Green. Louis Want the Lines. Roger Mayotte trains for Just in Time Stable, RAW Equine Incorporated, and Ben Moudry. Travis Cullen drives 7, PL Robert G. Kitty Huskinson trains for Princely Acres and PL Jill. Number 8, Florida Guide, driven tonight by Ed Hensley. Katerina Bosniak trains for JJ Stables. 9 is Ultra Miles. Scott Young for owner-trainer Shane Arsenault. Sprite Sealster, the 10. Tyler Both drives and owns with Elite Equine. Katie McNeil, the trainer. And parading last, number 3, You Gotta Kemp. James McDonald, the driver. Dan Lagacy trains. Also owns with Brady and Brooke Lagacy, along with Suojalampi Stable Incorporated. And that's your field for race 1 on a Sunday 10-pack. Beautiful weather out here. Welcome to the races. Good luck with all your wagers tonight. Early pick 5 guaranteed at $75,000. Starts in about 6 minutes.
Race number 1 on the track. Let's get this night going. The Sunday night of racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park. This is the kickoff to your guaranteed pick 5. If you're looking to play a multi, pick up the winners. One winner from races 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in that order, and you got yourself pick 5. And like I said, guaranteed at $75,000. What a beautiful night for racing out there. The 2-horse taking good support. I'm going to say good because he's at even money. I really do think that this horse is an overlay in here. I mean, I think that he's facing a lot of talented horses, but none, you know, the talent that they're bringing, they're a little bit younger. They're coming their first start back. They're coming off of a break. You know, there's a lot. This guy doesn't have any of those issues. He's racing really, really good right now, racing at a higher class, drops down into this class, and, you know, he just looks fantastic out there. It's a horse race, though, but I could see that number coming even a little bit further down. Ungawa is going to be tough to go with in here. Okay, so let's move on to the 3-horse. Now, as you noticed when our cameraman Dan was showing you got it, Kemp, in the winner's circle, he was just a small bit of shaking going on, little shaking, little vibrating, you know, obviously brings a little bit of nerves into this race. Now, I can tell you, I've drove lots of great horses that had nerves. You know, some of them just get keyed up just like a person does. And he seems to be the type that he is. Now, I think he's making a better presentation this week than he did last week. The only thing that bothers me a little bit, I mean, as long as, you know, nothing goes bad between now and the time that he starts, is he draws the inside. And I just really would have liked to have seen him either on the outside of the wing or in the middle of the wing, but you can't have everything you want. So I'm sure that Legacies are more than thrilled that You Got It Kemp is back at the races. I don't think that they need to see anything this week. They know that the talent that he brings, we all do. But I think that they would like to see just a nice, clean effort and maybe, you know, picking up a few horses on the end of it. So I got You Got It Kemp in for second right now. And I would give him a better mark than I did last week at this stage. The 4-horse Bingo Night coming out of Team Jones. This one going to go on to the Lasix program. And what a success story she was last year. She was 5 for 12, almost won half of her starts. But she was also 11 for 12 in the top 3. So really an amazing season that she had. The only time she missed anything was in the Breeders' Crown. She went out of there on a chop, took a little bit of a shuffle on the end of it there, but still trotted a mile in 53 at the end of her 2-year-old season. So, you know, going on to the Lasix program, really looking forward to seeing Bingo Night back here, but I just do not see them doing too much crazy with her either. But like the 2-horse, she's got a lot of ability, or the 3-horse, she has a lot of ability that she brings. So if the trip goes clean and it just comes down to speed on the end of it, I think she can be a part of it. So I got her in for third. The Barracuda, the horse of a different color, I won't be using him in here tonight, but he's racing really, really good right now for Gerard Demers. What a gorgeous individual out there. The 6-horse, Get the Green, we've seen him a little bit earlier for Roger Mayotte. I could see this guy picking up, you know, maybe getting up onto a 4th or a 5th in there. You know, also taking a little bit of a drop down from where he raced in his last start. But when he was racing here before, the best he did was a 3rd in there. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Get the Green. The 7-horse, PL Robert G. Not taking much support right now, but boy, does he ever look good out there. But that's nothing new for a Katie Huskinson horse. If you like Get the Green, I'm sure you're really going to like this guy, because Get the Green's dropping from his last start, from non-winners of 6,200 into this class. PL Robert G. is going to drop from non-winners of 9,000 down into this class. So I think it's an even more substantial drop down for PL Robert G. And I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket. My goodness, he looks good out there. The 8-horse, this is Florida Guy. 2 straight wins in a row for Florida Guy and Katerina Bosniak. Absolutely annihilating the straight non-winners of 3 races right now. Non-winners of 3 or 50 lifetime. Now he's got to take a bit of a step up to the non-winners of 3 or 5. I'm going to take a wait and see. Also drew on the outside as well, but he is on fantastic form right now, Florida Guy. So best of luck to Katerina Bosniak and Florida Guy. 9-horse Ultra Miles, you know, big speed that this guy possesses, but outside post position, I'm not really sure he also is going to come in here with a little bit of a stale date, so not really sure how they're going to do this tonight. Are they going to want to chop, move him on out of there? Or are they just going to want to try to get some fitness into him? So I'm going to take a wait and see on the 9 as well. And Sprite Sealster, if she didn't draw the 10 hole, I probably would have used her in here. I think that she was much better in her last start. So those are my numbers in race number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7. And I'll be back to talk to you before race number 2. Let's get this night rolling, Chad.
All right, buddy, ready to go. Another beauty night here at Mohawk Park. We've got a field of 10 on the trot to kick things off. Good luck if you're playing along in the early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. Ungawa finally with an inside draw. Looks to get back to his winning ways as he's dropping down. He's a winner at this level from the 9 hole. Just 2 back. They're lined up for the first. At the start, and away they go, off and trotting. And from the inside, you got a Kemp. Sharp start down the center. The Barracuda, along with Get the Green. From the rail, Griff put into play. Off stride went Ungawa making an early miscue. On the outside, 5th now, settling for a spot, Borth with Sprite Sealster. Will be followed to the opening turn by the other gal in Bingo Night and her return. Then it's PL Robert G. Trotting behind that one, Florida Guy. And then Ultra Miles, and much further back to the resetting Ungawa. 27-1 opening quarter, Get the Green. And Louis Wah leading the way a length and a half, heading up to 3/8. In front of You Got a Kemp, who trots second. The Barracuda is third. Griff trots fourth. Sprite Sealster surveys the action from 5th. Then Bingo Night 6th. 7th one, PL Robert G. And 8th we find Florida Guy. Ultra Miles, the next to last 9th. And then back to Ungawa, the trailer. Halfway home is Get the Green. There in 55-4 with You Got a Kemp. Still shadowing in second, the Barracuda third. Then about 4 more to Griff. Make it another 2 to Sprite Sealster. Bingo Night. Maybe being brought to the outside in front of PL Robert G. Florida Guy. Ultra Miles and Ungawa. Just over a quarter of a mile to go for leader Get the Green at 7-1. Just over a length in front of You Got a Kemp, who's starting to ramp up from the pocket here. An angle to the outside by McDonald. The Barracuda another 2 lengths back third. 124 and 2 3/4. Here's You Got a Kemp up on the outside. Taking over the lead now from Get the Green, who's trying to battle back. Then in behind the Barracuda, trying to get a rally going. Griff up the inside. Shut off there was Sprite Sealster. To the outside, Bingo Night. You Got it, Kemp, with a 16th of a mile to go, has got a 2-length lead. And You Got it, Kemp behaves himself tonight, and he's back to the winner's circle. It's You Got a Kemp over the Barracuda and Get the Green in 153-1. Three, 5, 6, 1 unofficial. First race winner, number 3, You Got a Kemp, makes his way back in front of us. 4-year-old bay gelding by Muscle Mass out of the EL Titan Dam Speed Titan. Is owned by Brady, Brooke, and Dan Legacy, along with Suyalampi Stable Incorporated. Dan Legacy's also the winning conditioner. James McDonald in the bike for You Got It Kemp's 6th career score. Missed all of last year. This is his second start of the season. Gets his first win, 153-1. That's a new lifetime best. You Got It Kemp. Back on track here in the Sunday opener. Race 1 payouts. Number 3, You Got a Kemp, $584, $330. Second, number 5, the Barracuda, $1440, $1030. Third, number 6, Get the Green, $540. $2 Exacta, $69.60. The dollar try, $142.55. $1 Superfecta, $2,045.10. Almost 76,000 wagered in tonight's early pick 5. Almost 19,000 of live money is going to move on to leg number 2. Level from the 9 hole, just 2 back. They're lined up for the first, and at the start, and away they go, off and trotting. And from the inside, You Got a Kemp. Sharp start down the center, the Barracuda along with Get the Green. From the rail, Griff put into play. Off stride went Ungawa making an early miscue. On the outside, 5th now, settling for a spot, 4th with Sprite Sealster. Will be followed to the opening turn by the other gal in Bingo Night and her return. Then it's PL Robert G. Trotting behind that one, Florida Guy. And then Ultra Miles, and much further back to the resetting Ungawa. 27-1 opening quarter, Get the Green. And Louis Wah leading the way a length and a half, heading up to 3/8 in front of You Got a Kemp, who trots second. The Barracuda is third. Griff trots 4th. Sprite Sealster surveys the action from 5th, then Bingo Night 6th. 7th one, PL Robert G. And 8th we find Florida Guy, Ultra Miles, the next to last 9th. And then back to Ungawa, the trailer. Halfway home is Get the Green. There in 55-4 with You Got a Kemp. Still shadowing in second, the Barracuda third. Then about 4 more to Griff. Make it another 2 to Sprite Sealster Bingo Night. Maybe being brought to the outside in front of PL Robert G. Florida Guy. Ultra Miles and Ngawa. Just over a quarter of a mile to go for leader Get the Green at 7 to 1. Just over a length in front of You Got It Kemp, who's starting to ramp up from the pocket here. An angle to the outside by McDonald. The Barracuda another 2 lengths back third. 124 and 2 3/4. Here's You Got It Kemp up on the outside. Taking over the lead now from Get the Green, who's trying to battle back. Then in behind the Barracuda, trying to get a rally going. Griff up the inside, shut off there was Sprite Sealster to the outside. Bingo Night, You Got It Kemp with a 16th of a mile to go has got a 2-length lead, and You Got It Kemp behaves himself tonight, and he's back to the winner's circle. It's You Got It Kemp over the Barracuda and Get the Green in 153 and 1. Race 1 finish order from the top. It's 4, 10, 1, 5, 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, 7 on the bottom. Up next, race number 2. Just a recap of the claims. 2 are entered on 4 Bayfield Beach. Single claims entered on 6 Forefather and the 8 Code Cracker. Post time in 9 minutes. Second race claiming pacers on parade. Number 1 is Titanic Hanover. Travis Henry drives. Gerard Demers trains and owns with Barry Treen. Number 2, Tell It Russ, Tell It, driven by Louis Waugh. Gerard Demers also trains for Francois Morin. Mark McDonald in the seat behind 3, Glory View Image. Jamie Copley trains and owns with Pamela Gendron. Number 4, Bayfield Beach, 2 claims entered. Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Corey Giles trains for Mario Villani Verindergill and Michelle Attard. Number 5, Ulysses. Tyler Borth, the driver. Rob Fellows trains for Evans Nation, Engblom Farm, and Hickory Hollow Stables. 6 Forefather, 1 claim entered. James McDonald for trainer Jamie Copley, who owns with Jamie Copley, Darren and Dwayne Tingley. Number 7, Punches and Bunches. J.R. Plant drives for trainer Tess Waxman. Aaron Waxman, General Lamachia, share ownership. And Code Cracker, the 8 on the outside. 1 claim entered. Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen and the A1 stable. That's your group. Race 2 up to the gate in 6 minutes.
Race 2 on the track, claiming handicap 12 to 16,000 for a purse of $12,000 in here. Nice group we have here. We got a couple that are maybe making a move up that's looking good out there, and we got one that's making a big drop down that also looks good out there. So let's go through these horse by horse. This is the one horse here right now, Titanic Hanover. Not going to use him in here tonight. He has been racing extremely well for Demers and Barry Treen. Best of luck with him in here. Drew the rail, had the 9-hole in his last start, spent some time on the outside, but just never seemed to get the mojo going. But his 2 before that were both really good efforts with a 2nd and a 3rd. So maybe the rail will help him a little bit there. He doesn't seem like he's a horse that does a lot of leaving. He does show leaving from the rail at Flamborough and getting there in 27 and 4, but then he didn't seem to have much left on the end of it. So I'm sure that they're probably going to race him from down in amongst them. 40 to 1 rate, 39 to 1 right now on that Titanic Hanover. The 2-horse Tell It Russ, Tell It. I got him in for 3rd. I thought it was a really nice effort that he put up last week. He had the rail, got away in a good spot. But by the 3/4 pole, looks at that, 3rd by 12 3/4, head of the lane. He loses another length in there, and then all of a sudden he come with a big rush, 26 and 2 on the end of it. I thought it was a good effort. He was really live on the end of his mile. So I'm going to throw him in here. I know it's a bit of a bump up from where he'd been doing his winning before, but down in the 7,500 claimer. But I think he can go with these horses and at least get a piece of it. So yeah, Tell It, Russ, Tell It. The 3-horse Glory View Image. Now, this one's very interesting because he was on a big heater in the 8,000 claimers. Had 2 wins there for Jamie Copley. Tyler Schlattman stepped up and put the claim in on this guy. And unfortunately for him, he draws the 10-hole with him in the start that he gets him. The horse raced extremely well for him. Paces a mile in 51 and 2. Finishes 2nd, only beat a half a length. Jamie Copley reaches right back in and gets him. That's a pretty good sign too. But here's my issue. He's going from an 8,000 where he's been more or less dominating. Now he's going to go to the 12 to 16. If you go down on his card, he did race in these 12s and 14s before for Jamie Copley, and not a lot of success in that group. So I'm going to take a wait and see on this 3-horse. He's at 7 to 1 right now. The 4-horse Bayfield Beach, I won't be using him in here tonight, but I got a feeling he's going to get raced because he's got 2 claims entered on Bayfield Beach tonight. Coming right back to the same class, but there's going to be 2 claims in on him. Didn't do a whole lot in his last one. There's another one there that, took a little bit of a shuffle partway through the race and then gained it back up again on the end of it. Brings a lot of back class, obviously, but the biggest factor with him, he's got the middle of the gate, he's got an aggressive driver driving him, and he's got 2 claims entered on Bayfield Beach. Right now, he's at 16 to 1. 5-horse Ulysses, I won't be using him in here. I've used him different times. It just seems to me like right now he struggles, on the last quarter. 27 and 4, usually just not going to be good enough in here. So he's got to get that down a little bit. But I won't be using him tonight with Ulysses. Okay, so let's go. I am using these last 3 picks now. We're going to talk Forefather, who also has 1 claim entered on him tonight. So he was picked up in his second last start by Jamie Copley. Jamie raced him last week. He 25 flat on the end of it. That is rocking. That is doing some rocking. So I got him in for 2nd. Jamie Copley obviously got along well with him. Claim entered on him. James McDonald down to drive. But I got a feeling he might be coming from the clouds, Forefather. The 7-horse Punches and Bunches. I got him in for 4th. Now, he's not coming in here with the best of lines. Scratch Judge's Transportation in his last. But if you go down to the April 19th line when he was a winner here, this horse absolutely jogburgered in this class. I know the lines don't look good, but this guy could be dangerous at 52 to 1. And Codecracker is going to be my top pick. Huge drop down and also a claim entered in on Codecracker. So my numbers in race number 2 are going to be 8, 6, 2, and 7. But I would take a real close look at the 7-horse in this race. Good luck as you see it.
Second race pacers line up behind the gates as we wrap up our early double. Heavily favored in that wager. The 6-4 Father, one of 3 horses with claims entered. Back-to-back runner-up finishes for Forefather. Second, in behind Better Be Going, who had been crushing in a couple of outings. Dodges him tonight. Second start to the Copley barn. We'll see where he goes after the race with that claim entered. It's post time for race number 2 as they're all lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing in tonight's second race. And from the outside, Punches and Bunches along with Code Cracker both trying to leave. Now some inside speed. Glory View Imogen, Bayfield Beach, even Tell It Russ, Tell It. So they are going to battle into that opening turn as Glory View Imogen, Mark McDonald now crossover in front of Tell It Russ, Tell It. Parked out as Bayfield Beach, wide, Punches and Bunches. That one's going to now backpedal near the back. Parked out as Code Cracker. Titanic Hanover under a strong hold there in fifth, 26-1 opening quarter. Then Ulysses and Forefather. Still continuing to battle here in the backstretch. Glory View Image with the lead. Bayfield Beach tucked. Code Cracker pushed on to go after the lead. Tell It Russ, Tell It is fourth. And Titanic Hanover in fifth. Punches and Bunches did find a seat in front of Ulysses. And continuing to trail, it's Forefather. Halfway home in 54. Code Cracker and Cullen take over. Glory View Image second. Bayfield Beach third. Tell It Russ, Tell It is fourth. Titanic Hanover the fifth one. Moving from the back is Ulysses. Next to last, Punches and Bunches. And starting up last is Forefather, but he's got speed to chase. Code Cracker the leader. Bayfield Beach at 29-1. On the outside, now matching strides with the leader heading to three quarters. Bayfield Beach on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Code Cracker trying to battle back in behind. Tell It Russ, Tell It. Wide is Ulysses, even wider Forefather, 123 to three quarters. Bayfield Beach with a short lead. Here's Tell It Russ, Tell It, and Forefather starts to pace up and by. And Forefather got the speed to chase, and he's strong on the end of his mile, and he'll draw away to score easily. It's Forefather at 2-5 as McDonald sweeps the early double. He wins by about 5 in front of Ulysses, and Tell It Russ, Tell It, mile time 151. Six, 5, 2, 3 unofficial. Number 6, Forefather, back in front of us after cruising to victory in tonight's second. Bay Gelding, 8 years old by Sun Beach Somewheres out of the Dragon Again, Dam Charisma, Hanover. Jamie, Jacob Copley, Darren and Dwayne Tingley are the owners. Jamie's the winning trainer. James McDonald with a sweep of the early double. 4 for 15 this year now is Forefather, a 21-time winner overall. 151, a season's best for Forefather, 2-5. Second race payouts, number 6, 4 Father, 290, 230, 210. Second 5 Ulysses, 1380 and 680. Third number 2 Tell It Russ, Tell It, 330. 34.10 for the $2 exacta, dollar trifecta, 43.55. The $1 super, 159.70. And a $2 James McDonald early double returns 980. Still more than 10,000 going strong in that early pick 5 pool as we head on to leg number 3. Plenty of claiming activity coming out of that second race. The 4 Bayfield Beach, 2 claims were entered, taken for $12,000. Winning claim and drawn by lot will be new owner trainer Melissa Loyer. The 6 4 Father, 1 claim entered, taken for $14,000, goes to new owner trainer Michel Carrier. And the 8 Code Cracker, 1 claim entered, $16,000. The price tag, new owner A. Bianco Holdings Limited with Brett Lester taking over as trainer. Away they go. They're off and pacing in tonight's second race. And from the outside, Punches and Bunches along with Code Cracker both trying to leave. Now some inside speed. Glory View Imogen, Bayfield Beach, even Tell It Russ, Tell It. So they are going to battle into that opening turn as Glory View Imogen, Mark McDonald now crossover in front of Tell It Russ, Tell It. Parked out as Bayfield Beach, wide, Punches and Bunches. That one's going to now backpedal near the back. Parked out as Code Cracker. Titanic Hanover under a strong hold there in fifth, 26-1 opening quarter. Then Ulysses and 4 Father. Still continuing to battle here in the backstretch. Glory View Image with the lead. Bayfield Beach tucked. Code Cracker pushed on to go after the lead. Tell It Russ, Tell It is fourth. And Titanic Hanover in fifth. Punches and Bunches did find a seat in front of Ulysses. And continuing to trail, it's 4 Father. Halfway home in 54. Code Cracker and Cullen take over. Glory View Image second, Bayfield Beach third, Tell It Russ, Tell It is fourth, Titanic Hanover the fifth one. Moving from the back is Ulysses, next to last Punches and Bunches, and starting up last is 4 Father, but he's got speed to chase. Code Cracker the leader, Bayfield Beach at 29-1. On the outside, now matching strides with the leader heading to 3/4. Bayfield Beach on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Code Cracker trying to battle back in behind. Tell It Russ, Tell It. Wide is Ulysses, even wider 4 Father, 123 to 3/4. Bayfield Beach with a short lead. Here's Tell It Russ, Tell It. And 4 Father starts to pace up and by. And 4 Father got the speed to chase, and he's strong on the end of his mile, and he'll draw away to score easily. It's 4 Father at 2-5 as McDonald sweeps the early double. He wins by about 5 in front of Ulysses. And Tell It Russ, Tell It, mile time 1:51. Here's where they all finished in tonight's second race. From the top down, it goes 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 1, 8, and 7 on the bottom. Race 3 to start tonight's early. Pick 4 is next. Number 3, Bank on Lucas. Steel to flip-flops up front. Blind to blinkers for a bridle change. 7, Sparks Fly. Steel to aluminum all around. 13 minutes till post time.
When I think New Holland, first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Trotters for race 3 on parade. Number 1, PL Sapphire. Tyler Jones for trainer Katie Huskinson. Princely Acres PL Jill share ownership. James McDonald will drive 2 Eternally Hanover. Kyle Rule trains for Triple S Equine. The 3 bank on Lucas. Travis Henry aboard. Alvin Hamilton trains and owns with Jeff Waugh. Number 4, Bodylicious, Todd Aborth in the bike. Pam Forgy for Mindy Finley-Repko. The 5's Daffy Hanover, Travis Cullen for trainer Doug Brown. Todd Coleman, the owner. Number 6, Phoenix, is driven by Burt Renault. Julie Walker trains for Sebastian LeBlanc. Ed Hensley drives 7, Sparks Fly for trainer Ashley Hensley. Ashley and Ed, the owners. And Pat Hudon trains and drives number 8, My Way. Sean Garvey owns. That's your race 3 group of trotters to start tonight's early pick 4 with post time coming up in 6 minutes.
Race number 3 on the track and on the trot. This is going to be my worth a look horse in here, but we're going to get to him in a second. The horse that's on your screen right now, 4-1. This is PL Sapphire. I got her in for 3rd. I'm also using her on my early pick 5. That's still moving forward as of this point. Boy, does she ever look good out there. I think that she might be a little bit of a sleeper at 4-1 down in this class. She's got some serious wheels on the end of it, and she looks fantastic out on the track right now. 4-1 on my 3rd pick, PL Sapphire. 2 horse Eternally Hanover. I didn't use him in here coming off of the qualifier. He's making breaks, but he looks really solid out there right now. But still, I'm not sure how tough James is going to want to be with him. You had nothing worse than coming back off the qualifiers and then maybe having to go back to the qualifiers as well. He's got an inside post, so I don't know how that is going to be able to let him push him out of there either. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Eternally Hanover, but I do think he looks good out there for Kyle Rule. The 3 horse Bank on Lucas, 30-1 on this guy right now. Looks good on the track. Alvin Hamilton, the trainer, going to send in lots of changes on this guy. He's going to go from steel to flip-flops up in front. He's going to go from blind to blinkers. I would say that maybe, the horse has come out of one of his races with some sore feet, and it looks like he's protecting his feet, and he's going to take the blind off. Sometimes when a horse's feet get stinging them, they can get warm. In other words, they can get hot and grabby because the stinging, they're just trying to get away from it, and they don't like it. So they can just kind of change up a little bit. Maybe that's why he's taking the blinds off, and he's got an ear hood on him too. Maybe he was just getting a little bit wound up with them sore feet. So I'm going to put a star beside his name and take a look, see what how he raced tonight, and maybe I'm going to be using him next week. The 4 horse Bodylicious coming out of the Pam Forgy stable. Pam Forgy, it seems when she brings horses here, they always have a good account of themselves. I won't be using them in here 13-1, but that is one good looking horse out there. Very happy to be out there too. You can see right now looking over at the crowd, eyes are bright, ears are up, really just floating along right now. Looks very nice out there at 12-1. The 5 horse Daffy Hanover in town for the legend, Doug Brown, bringing Daffy back into town. 6-5 right now. Boy, is she ever racing some good for him right now. She was a winner 2 starts ago, then came up into the non-winners of 6,000 in her last start, but only got beat 2 lengths. And that was with, getting away at the back of the pack and just kept eating up ground on the inside. Trotted a mile in 54, trotted a back half in 56 flat. Just really on her game right now. And, calm and cool out there too. Gotta love that about her as well. Nice and calm and cool out there. So Daffy Hanover, I'm going to throw her in for 2nd. The 6 horse Phoenix is going to be my top play in this race. It boils down to, in my opinion anyway, is it going to be this week or is it going to be next week? Because the horse has come off of a layoff. They usually don't get too crazy with him there until he gets a couple of starts under his belt. But down in these classes, he just becomes like so dangerous. It's hard to stay away from him. I'm going to put him in as a worth a look. He's 4-1 right now. If that number all of a sudden takes a big tumble, we might be in trouble. But, I think he's going to go off right around the, 4 or 5-1 range. And I do think that if, no matter how he decides to race him, if the fitness is there, then I think that we're looking at the winner of the race. And Burt gets along really well with this horse. So Phoenix, my top pick. Sparks Fly at one time was taking a lot more action than 6-1. He's also going to get a shoeing change tonight. Ashley Hensley's going to take the steel off. They're going to go to aluminum all around 4 Nikes on. Sparks Fly. Yeah, a lot of time Eddie likes to race this guy out of there, but sometimes he gets a little bit weak on the ends of his miles. You can see that where he's, can lay down some vicious fractions, look good out there, and then just gets a little bit weak on the end of it. And there's a couple of horses in this race, PL Sapphire, Daffy Hanover, and Phoenix, who can stoke up big late speed. So I'm not sure if I like him in here tonight if they elect to play the catch me if you can game. The 8-horse My Way, 23-1. Some people, they're not going to like him in here. I do. I think that this is a sort of race where, if a few of these horses make mistakes, somebody's going to capitalize, much like we seen PL Aussie do last night at the tune of 113-1. There was a few mistakes made, and he was Johnny on the spot. I think Pat can do the same with this guy, so I'm going to throw him in on the bottom of my ticket. My numbers in race number 3, this kickoff to the early pick 4, are 6, 5, 1, and 8. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 4. That is the kickoff to the pick 6, and there is a carryover of over $10,000 into that pick 6. Wow, does Daffy Hanover ever look good going to the gate? Best of luck is how you see race number 3.
Starter opens the wings of the gates. Field of Trotters for race 3 will now take up their positions. Group of 8 to kick off tonight's early pick 4. Daffy Hanover in the center of the gates. Getting to drop down is at 3-2, 5-2 from the rail, PL Sapphire. And from an ideal spot, post 6, Phoenix. Second start back for the 9-year-old. It's got some back class as well, getting some support as well, 3-1. It's post time for tonight's 3rd race. Racing to try and catch the gate. That's the 2, Eternally Hanover. Will spot the field several. Also gapped off outside was My Way a couple. Away they go off and trotting. And from the outside, Sparks Fly with a fast start along with Phoenix, Bodylicious, and PL Sapphire. And then it's Bank on Lucas, Daffy Hanover My Way, and Eternally Hanover trails. Hensley puts Sparks Fly on the point, leads 2 into the opening turn in front of Phoenix. The pocket rider off stride when sitting 3rd, PL Sapphire. Ruined a good early trip, so Bodylicious will pick up a spot. Then we go back to Bank on Lucas, being followed by Daffy Hanover, My Way, Eternally Hanover, still on the gallop, but coming back on the track, PL Sapphire. 26 and 4, opening quarter speed, put up by the speedster here, Sparks Fly. Phoenix in second, Bodylicious 3rd, Bank on Lucas tightens up a bit closer, 4th in front of Daffy Hanover 5th. Trotting 6th, that is My Way, the 7th one, Eternally Hanover, and much further back, resetting PL Sapphire trails. 56 and 2.5 mile speed, nice breather of 29 and 3 for Sparks Fly, leads 2 in front of Phoenix. Bodylicious next. On the move, here's Daffy Hanover, the 9-5 favorite, is 4th, now 3rd, and accelerating on this turn, and coming after the leaders, Phoenix and Sparks Fly. Here's Sparks Fly leading. Daffy Hanover now pressuring on the outside a half length away. Phoenix in behind. Sparks Fly 3rd. Bodylicious swings to the outside second over in front of Bank on Lucas 5th. Then another 3 to My Way, Eternally Hanover, and PL Sapphire 126 to 3/4. Sparks Fly trying to finish it off on the front here. Daffy Hanover on the outside. Needs to continue to try to come forward. Wide of that one at a big price is Bodylicious. Phoenix in behind. Sparks Fly. Hensley going to work. Cullen with Daffy Hanover not throwing in the towel. Sparks Fly still holding on. And Sparks Fly down the road. It's Sparks Fly for the win in front of Daffy Hanover and Bodylicious in 154 and 4. 7-5, 4-6 unofficial. Third race winner, number 7, Sparks Fly. Coming back in front of us now after his wire-to-wire victory. The 6-year-old bay got in by bar hopping. It's from the Cantab Haldane New Wrinkle. Owned by Ashley and Ed Hensley. Ashley trains, Ed drives. First of the year in 19 tries. Sparks Fly, that's his 19th career score. 154-4 in the front at 3-1. Number 7, Sparks Fly, pays $890, $390, $350. Second, number 5, Daffy Hanover, $320, $280. Third was the 4, Bodylicious, $760. $2 Exacta, $28.20. The dollar try, paid $92.35. $1 Super, $293.55. $2 Double, $11.20. First pick 3 of the night, dollar return, $24.05. 24,000 plus wagered in the early pick 4. Just over 4,000 of live money moves on. And just under 1,900 still going strong in the early pick 5 with 2 legs to go. Catch the gate, that's the 2, Eternally Hanover. Will spot the field several. Also gapped off outside was My Way a couple. Away they go off and trotting. And from the outside, Sparks Fly with a fast start along with Phoenix, Bodylicious, and PL Sapphire. And then it's Bank on Lucas, Daffy Hanover, My Way, and Eternally Hanover trails. Hensley puts Sparks Fly on the point, leads 2 into the opening turn in front of Phoenix. The pocket rider off stride when sitting third, PL Sapphire ruined a good early trip. So Bodylicious will pick up a spot. Then we go back to Bank on Lucas, being followed by Daffy Hanover, My Way, Eternally Hanover still on the gallop, but coming back on the track, PL Sapphire. 26 and 4, opening quarter speed, put up by the speedster here, Sparks Fly. Phoenix in second, Bodylicious third. Bank on Lucas tightens up a bit closer, fourth in front of Daffy Hanover, fifth. Trotting sixth, that is My Way. The seventh one, Eternally Hanover, and much further back, resetting PL Sapphire Trails. 56 and 2.5 mile speed. Nice breather of 29 and 3 for Sparks Fly. Leads two in front of Phoenix. Bodylicious next. On the move, here's Daffy Hanover, the 9-5 favorite, is fourth, now third, and accelerating on this turn. And coming after the leaders, Phoenix and Sparks Fly. Here's Sparks Fly leading. Daffy Hanover now pressuring on the outside, a half length away. Phoenix in behind. Sparks Fly third. Bodylicious swings to the outside second over. In front of Bank on Lucas fifth. Then another three to My Way. Eternally Hanover and PL Sapphire 126 to 3/4. Sparks Fly trying to finish it off on the front here. Daffy Hanover on the outside. Needs to continue to try to come forward. Wide of that one at a big price is Bodylicious. Phoenix in behind. Sparks Fly. Hensley going to work. Cullen with Daffy Hanover not throwing in the towel. Sparks Fly still holding on. And Sparks Fly down the road. It's Sparks Fly for the win in front of Daffy Hanover and Bodylicious in 154 and 4. Race 3 finish order. Top down is 875, 324, 1, and 6 on the bottom. Coming up next, race 4 to start the pick 6. Pick 6 carry over to seed the pool, 10,924.96. Number 5 Military Secret, steel to aluminum up front. Post time in 13 minutes. Fourth race, Pacers on parade. Number 1, Lotto Max, driven by Louis Waugh. Dale Fritz trains and owns with Edward Aitchison. Number 2, Premier First Star, Travis Cullen drives. Jody Cullen training, Robert Jones the owner. J.R. Plante drives 3, Skyler. Daniel Dulude trains and owns with Sylvia Rivari. Number 4, Leave It to Luther, gets Tyler Borth in the bike. Ryan Stewart for Courtney Pollard. 5, Military Secrets, Mark McDonald. Michelle Bowen owns and trains. Larceny, the 6, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is sent out by Carmen Osiello for Stephen Klanowski. The 7, Crazy World, gets James McDonald. Kathy Chakeen owns and trains. He's touring number 8. Jonathan Drury drives for trainer Carmen Osiello and owner Alex Coco. And on the outside, the 9 is Call Me It. Ed Hensley drives for trainer Katerina Bosniak. JJ Stables owns. That's your field race 4. Pick 6 wagering with a carryover of nearly $11,000 to seed the pool. Starts in about 6 minutes.
Race number 4 on the track. Kickoff to that pick 6, and we promised you a carryover, and that you got. Over $10,000 going to seed this right now. The new money rolling in on this one. So $11,000 already heading in for the pick 6. So let's take a look, break this race down. That's Lotto Max on your screen right now. The 1 qualifier back since December. It was a decent enough qualifier last quarter and 27 flat. I'm going to take a wait and see. He looks fantastic out there right now, but he does draw the rail, has had some time off, so I'm going to take a wait and see on Lotto Max. The 2 horse now, Premier First Star, very interesting, this one. So has been racing in the Mike Nowitzki barn. Now is going to be racing in the Jody Cullen barn. This is going to be first start for Jody Cullen and probably first start for Travis Cullen driving this one. I'm going to throw this one up on top. Big drop down for Premier First Star. But that's not even the part that I like the best. The part that I like the best, second start, Lasix. And the first start, Lasix, was a really, really good one. Daryl Thiessen did absolutely nothing with him, and he comes a back half in 54 flat that day. I think he looks fantastic out there right now. Obviously, a horse that's enjoying himself. I think that he's going to be really, really live in here. He's going to be my top pick, and he's also going to be a single to kick off this pick 6 for myself in here. Okay, so let's move on and catch maybe the 5 horse in here right now. If we could get him maybe next or something next anyway. Okay, there's the 5 horse in here. Now, this is Military Secret. This is a 10-year-old Captain Treacherous out of a Jenna's Beach Boy mare. And brings a lot of backlash. You can see that 27 wins, $250,000 put away, and a mark of 50. On a 7/8 mile track, 50-2 as a 4-year-old. So, you know, been a little bit between the drinks of water on the new lifetime marks, but this is a nice horse, comes out of a solid stable, and this guy going to get a shoeing change. Going to go from steel to aluminum up in front. Now, the race before, we saw Sparks Fly go from steel to aluminum all the way around and come off with one of the best races that he's gone. Now, this guy's going to go from steel to aluminum up in front. And, you know, maybe this could make a big difference on the way he's been racing as well. He could be slipping a little bit out there, and the aluminum's, you know, going to get him to dig in a little bit better. So Military Secret, going to throw him in for 4th. Larceny, coming out of the Carmen Osiello camp. I won't be using this guy in here tonight. Just hasn't done enough in his last 2 starts to make me think that tonight's going to be any different. So Larceny, won't be using him. The 7 horse, oh no, this is the 3 there out there now. This is Skyler for Daniel Dulude. Another horse, I won't be using him in here tonight. Now, I don't know if you would call it a drop down. He has been racing against the straight claimers. Now he drops down into this 1,000. Now, a lot of times on this 1,000 last 4, a lot of times they'll have an optional 12.5 on there. And if that's the case, then in a small way, I guess he's more or less making a lateral move or dropping down a little bit. But I won't be using Skylar in here. 7 horse, and that's a nice display he's making out there. This is Crazy World coming out of the Kathy Chikeen camp. Had the 8 hole in his last start, but just went to the back, but continually made up ground. And the last 3 quarters was really, really nice. Sub 124 in that last 3 quarters for Paul Davies. Kathy going to enlist James McDonald, picking up this guy. That is a sharp-looking individual out there. Really, really nice-looking horse. 4-1 on Crazy World. I got him in for second. The 8 horse, he's touring. Going to throw him in for third. He's 9-1 right now. What I like about him is that he is going to go on to the Lasix program. I think that there's more. There should be more coming from this guy. I think that there's ability there, but I think he likes to play possum, and I think that Carmen might be on to something with the Lasix. Might not make him strong this start, but I think it's going to make him more consistent down the road. So got him in for third here, but I'm going to put a star beside him and just kind of monitor him tonight, and maybe see that if the Lasix really was that big of a change for him. Now Sparks Fly and Eddie Hensley was a winner from the outside in their last. Now he draws up with Call Me It from the outside with for Katarina Bosniak. This guy's had a third, 2 starts down in a dead heat for Travis Henry. Travis has been going with this guy. I like him when he's in the right class, right post position. He can get the job done. Really can. He brings a lot more to the table than what you would think, but I won't be using him in here tonight. But best of luck to Katarina and Eddie with that one. The 4 horse, 30-1 right now for Leave It to Luther. Won't be using this guy in here tonight either. He's coming in from London, been doing some good racing there. He was a winner in his last start, but he was a winner with the last quarter in 29-4, and that might be enough to get you somewhere in at Western Fair, but I don't think it's going to be enough for here. Usually you got to be more or less in the consistent 28 range if you're going to do some good here. But maybe coming over here, those last quarters will drop down. He looks good out on the track. And there again is your top pick in here, 3-5 on Premier First Star. So my numbers in race number 4, this pick 6 kickoff with a carryover, 2, 7, 8, and 5 on the bottom. Best of luck is how you see it. Best of luck if you're going to try this pick 6. Best of luck if you're still moving forward in your opening pick 5. And I'll be back to talk to you before race number 5.
Field of Pacers for the 4th race line up. A little bit of time remains for you to play those pick 6 tickets. New money continues to climb to go along with the carryover of nearly 11,000. We've got over 19,000 right now of new money wagered. That'll continue to jump up here in bunches over these last couple of clicks. Group of 9 to kick it off. Heavily favored in the opening leg, Premier First Star. Jody Cullen taking over the training. Travis Cullen will drive for owner Robert Jones. It's post time for race 4 as the Pacers are lined up. Here they come to a start. Pretty good looking start, and away they go. They're off and pacing in the start of tonight's pick 6 with Lotto Max leaving sharply from the rail. A few doors down is Leave It to Luther. A couple of more over Larceny. Also into play Crazy World, and he's touring. Lotto Max and Wah pushing on from the inside, crossing over those. Going to be Larceny in front of him. Off stride went Crazy World. Crazy World making a break, so that forced He's Touring wide, but he got around him, and now second and pressuring Larceny as they battle past a 27-2 opening quarter. Lotto Max third. Leave It to Luther fourth, 2 in front of Premier First Star, who's the 5th one. That one's too clear of Skylar. And then Military Secret, Call Me It, and at the back after the miscues, Crazy World. He's Touring, and Jonathan Drury on top at 14-1 in front of double-digit Longshell Larceny. Lotto Max third and Leave It to Luther fourth. Heavy favorite Premier First Star still on hold from 5th as they're down to the midway point of 55-4. Skylar and Plant just waiting for the favorite to go, and there he goes now. First step out of 5th, so Skylar will swing to the outside to catch his cover. Military Secret as well. Starting back up from the back is Crazy World, new trailer, Call Me It. He's Touring, though. Leads 3 now in front of Larceny, heading to the final turn. Lotto Max is third. Premier First Star up to fourth right now within about 6 of the lead. 3/4 in 124 and 2. He's touring. Drury starting to go to work. Larceny chased along and behind him. Here's Premier First Star continuing his bid, and he's moving fast. Here's Premier First Star gobbling up ground, and he'll go right on by. Premier First Star at 2-5. In the debut for Jody Cullen is going to draw clear and win as he pleases. Premier First Star with the fourth race, Romp. Up for second appeared to be Leave It to Luther. Over he's touring the pace setter. Mile time, 1:52 for Premier First Star. Fourth race winner, number 2, Premier First Star. Strikes in the debut for the Cullen outfit. The 5-year-old brown got in by Stay Hungry out of the Western Teardam Royal Tears, owned by Robert Jones. Jody Cullen trains, Travis Cullen drives. First of the year, 9 tries. Premier First Star with his 6th career win. He equals his lifetime mark, 152. 2-5, heavily favored. He kicks off tonight's pick 6 with an easy win. Fourth race official. Here are the payouts. Number 2, Premier First Star across the board, returns 280, 230, 210. Second was 4, Leave It to Luther, $13.60 and $7. Third, number 8, He's Touring, $5.10. $2 Exacta, $57.20. The dollar try, $251.05. Dollar Super, $1,090.15. $2 double, $12.40. Pick 3, $11.10. Just under 2,600 live in the pick 4. Just under 1,200 in the pick 5. Heads to the final leg. And the pick 6 pool tonight, in addition to the carryover of nearly 11,000, there was just about 31,000 of new money wagered, and we've got almost 22,000 in live money. Moving on to race 5. And a pretty good looking start, and away they go. They're off and pacing in the start of tonight's pick 6 with Lotto Max leaving sharply from the rail. A few doors down is Leave It to Luther. A couple of more over Larceny. Also into play Crazy World, and He's Touring. Lotto Max and Wah pushing on from the inside, crossing over those. Going to be Larceny in front of him. Off stride went Crazy World. Crazy World making a break, so that forced He's Touring wide, but he got around him, and now second and pressuring Larceny as they battle past a 27-2 opening quarter. Lotto Max third. Leave It to Luther fourth. 2 in front of Premier First Star, who's the fifth one. That one's too clear of Skyler. And then Military Secret, Call Me It. And at the back after the miscues, Crazy World. He's Touring, and Jonathan Drury on top at 14-1 in front of double-digit Longshell Larceny. Lotto Max third and Leave It to Luther fourth. Heavy favorite Premier First Star still on hold from fifth as they're down to the midway point of 55-4. Skyler and Plant just waiting for the favorite to go, and there he goes now. First step out of fifth, so Skyler will swing to the outside to catch his cover. Military Secret as well. Starting back up from the back is Crazy World, new trailer, Call Me It. He's Touring, though. Leads 3 now in front of Larceny, heading to the final turn. Lotto Max is third. Premier First Star up to fourth right now within about 6 of the lead. 3/4 and 124-2. He's Touring. Drury starting to go to work. Larceny chased along and behind him. Here's Premier First Star continuing his bid, and he's moving fast. Here's Premier First Star gobbling up ground, and he'll go right on by. Premier First Star at 2-5. In the debut for Jody Cullen is going to draw clear and win as he pleases. Premier First Star with the fourth race, Romp. Up for second appeared to be Leave It to Luther. Over He's Touring, the pace setter. Mile time, 1:52 for Premier First Star. Fourth race, finish order from the top is 814, 27653, 9 on the bottom. Off to race 5 next. We have no program changes. Post time in 12 minutes. Let's meet the field for tonight's fifth race. One is the Colt. Tyler Borth drives. Gordon Lay trains and owns with Mackenzie Lay. Number 2, Tour Champion, driven by J.R. Plon, is sent out by Gerard Demaris for owner Charles Goudreau. Pat Hudon trains and drives. Number 3, Super Puncher for Tomel Mechanical, Nelson Craig and Bill Cripps. The 4, Royal J.K., James McDonald between the wheels, Melissa Lamoureux training for Ellie Bale. Scott Young drives 5, Caught in a Landslide, John McMillan owns and trains. Number 6, Smokestack, Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen, A1 Stable the owners. The 7, Faut, is driven by Daryl Thiessen. Philippe Desroches trains and owns with Nisha de Belette. Aragonite 8, Louis Waugh aboard, Dean Nixon for Numbered Company, Ontario Limited. And Lady for $1 the 9 with Jonathan Drury, John McMillan owner trainer. We'll get a view of the 9 Ladyford $1 in just a moment. There he is, the 10-year-old making his way to the track, and that is the field now for race 5, closing out tonight's early pick 5. Post time in just over 6 minutes.
Race number 5, Horses and Gelding claiming 8,000 for non-winners of 5,500 last 4. In other words, this is an 8,000 conditioned claimer, not a straight 8. Like, say, for instance, the Colt. He's been racing in straight 8s his last 4 starts, but on his 5th start on April the 6th, 5 starts down, that was an 8,000 conditioned claimer. And he had a good race in there, finishing 4th. Won't be using him in here tonight, but best of luck to Gordy Lay. The 2-horse Tour Champion, I really think that this horse looks incredibly good out there right now. I don't know how JR plans on racing him. I can say the last time that he went right to the front on what I would consider to be a kind of a soft track in the wintertime, and he was untouchable. If you go back to that line, he won by like 10, 11, 12 lengths in 53. I mean, just jogged back then. And I kind of thought he's been showing up a little bit sore since then, but last week he looked just like this. And I think this is as good as I've seen this guy look in a long... Look at this. I mean, that is one happy individual to be out there. So don't know how JR is going to do it, but if he does decide to make a remove or push this guy out of there and get to the front, I think he can come up with a really, really nice effort. Another thing too, you know, he was racing in the 20,000 claiming condition on May the 11th. And then he goes to the straight 8 in that last start. And that was 14 days in between. And he paces a mile in 52 and 4. And look at the all 28 and 1, 28 and 2, 28 flat, 28 and 1. Not a bad quarter in there. So I think this guy's a little bit, you know, kind of flying under the radar right now at 7-2. And he is my top pick in this race. He's also going to be my beat the favorite in here. The 4-horse Royal JK. Well, actually, we're going to take a quick look at the 3. This is Super Puncher coming out of the Pat Hudon barn. Hasn't been doing much lately, so I'm going to take a wait and see on him. But I'm sure at any point he could come up with a big surprise. But it might not be tonight either at 49-1. The 4-horse Royal JK. This one looking good. He raced in a condition claimer in his last race at London. But that was also going to be the first time he went on the Lasix program, and he was a nice winner. The third quarter especially, 27-4, and overall mile of 57-3. I think coming over here to the big track, if anything, it's just going to make him better. And look at that horse out there. He looks really, really strong out there right now. So, you know, my second pick in here, second start Lasix, and really looks good. Just the big thing is do you think the big track is going to boost him up? He's a pretty big horse. Very big-sized horse. I wouldn't be surprised. He is a JK end of an era. You know, they usually come with some size, too, and a lot of them do the racing on 7/8 out in Indiana, so maybe the big track will help him. The 5-horse Caught in a Landslide. Won't be using this guy. Coming in with the smallest of stale dates. He was scratched on, you know, May the 28th, so his last race was the 17th of May, so basically 2 weeks. I'm going to take a wait and see on the 5. The 6 horse is your favorite right now. That is 2-1 on Smokestack. Recently gone into the Jody Cullen barn. He had a good race in his first race, but nothing that I don't necessarily think that he was doing before. So he is taking a nice little drop, though. He's going to go away from the straight 8s down into these 8,000 condition claimers. So a little bit easier position for him, but I still think that Tour Champion is bringing just as much as Smokestack. The 7-horse Fout, won't be using him in here tonight, but he's got a really hot driver on him right now with Daryl Thiessen. Daryl's putting everything in good spots, and he's showing up regularly in the winner's circle. So 31-1, if you're looking for a bit of a price play, that might be the horse. He looks really, really good out on the track. The 8-horse Aragonite. This one's going to be Louis Waugh. I don't remember Louis driving this guy for a while, so maybe this will be like a fresh set of eyes for him. He did have a good race in his last one for Nicky Boyd, who was in town and jumped up on this guy. Does draw the outside, looks good out there, comes out of a strong barn, taking good 5-2 support right now too. So I got him down on the bottom of my ticket. The 9-horse Lady for $1, won't be using this one in here tonight, coming in from Flamborough. Unfortunately has a bad draw to work with at 29-1. So right now, the 2 horse is 3-1. That is my top pick in here, Tour Champion. The 4 horse, Royal JK, taking looks at 9-2. 5 horse taking looks, caught in a landslide, 6-1. This 6 horse is still remaining your favorite. He's the one that everybody's looking at. Does wear a set of spreaders there, but as you can notice there too, they're not real tight. So I'm not really sure just how bad he needs those. Be interesting how he races in here. The Fout, not taking a bunch of support at 30-1. The 8 horse, though, Aragonite, taking good looks at 5-2. He is your co-favorite. There's actually 3 horses right now at 5-2 in here. So it's kind of a loose board right now. My numbers in race number 5, 2, 4, 6, and 8. If you're having any luck in your opening pick 5 to close this out, best of luck. Pick 6 is still going forward. Best of luck is that as well. And I'll be back to talk to you before race number 6, which is the late pick 5.
Field for the 5th, called to the gates. 9 pacers taking up their positions. Couple of 5-2 shots on the board right now. Aragonite and Tour Champion not far behind. Smokestack at 3-1. Then Royal JK and caught in a landslide. Many getting play here in race number 5 as we close out our early pick 5. Field for the 5th race in the hands of the starter now at the top of the stretch. It's post time. Field picks up speed. They're at the start and they're off. And off stride at the beginning, Tour Champion jumped it off. Tour Champion with a miscue. Royal JK leaves out of there from the inside along with Super Puncher, caught in a landslide, and Aragonite. And then Smokestack, Fout. Back to the Colt, Lady for $1, and still on the gallop, Tour Champion into the opening turn, Royal JK, inside leader. Outside pressing, that's Aragonite and Waugh. Aragonite now looking to take over in front of Royal JK, 27-3 opening quarter. 2 more back, 3rd Super Puncher, tracked 4th by caught in a landslide. 5th one is Smokestack. Back out to retake Royal JK to come around Aragonite. So Royal JK and James McDonald want to control the tempo. They lead again. Aragonite 2nd. Now 3 more to Super Puncher. Caught in a landslide and Smokestack. That one's being followed by Fout. Next in line, the Colt. Another 2 to Lady for $1. And much further back, Tour Champion 56-3 halfway home. 6-1 shot. Royal JK leads a length. Aragonite 2nd. 2 more to Super Puncher. Caught in a landslide on the move. First up in front of Smokestack. To the inside is Fout. Another 4 to the Colt. Make it another 4 or 5 to Lady for $1 and Tour Champion. 3/4 Quarters, the next stop for Royal JK, length and a half in front of Aragonite. Caught in a landslide, now third, fourth to Smokestack. He continues to move forward, backing up Super Puncher, 124 and 2 3/4. Royal JK, the one they've got to catch. Aragonite angles out of the pocket. That brings caught in a landslide, 3 wide, even wider. Smokestack, the even money favorite's got a couple to make up for Cullen. Here's caught in a landslide, and Smokestack pacing up the strongest of them all, and Smokestack goes by and starts to draw away. Team Cullen right back here on the Sunday card. It's Smokestack by a couple. Caught in a landslide. Finished second. Third to Royal JK. Aragonite fourth, 153. Six, 5, 4, 8 unofficial. Number 6, Smokestack returns a winner after capturing the 5th. Back in front of us now is the 7-year-old Bay Gunner by Sweet Lou out of the real artist Damciela Hanover. A1 Stable owns. Jody Cullen trains and Travis Cullen drives back-to-back. For Team Cullen, Smokestack off the schneid now this year with his first win in 19 tries. 18th career score, 153 for Smokestack at even money. Here are the 5th race payouts. Winner 6, Smokestack, 410, 250, 220. Second 5, caught in a landslide, $5, 330. Third, number 4, Royal JK, 310. $2 exacta pays $13.80. Trifecta, $21.30. The return on $1 super, $57.55. $2 double, $380. Pick 3, $13.20. Early pick 5 wrapped up. Dollar payout, $126.35. Still more than 1,300 live in the pick 4 heading to the final leg. And more than $9,000 still going in tonight's pick 6. up speed. They're at the start and they're off. And off stride at the beginning, Tour Champion jumped it off. Tour Champion with a miscue. Royal JK leaves out of there from the inside along with Super Puncher, caught in a landslide, and Aragonite. And then Smokestack, Faut. Back to the Colt, Lady for a Dollar, and still on the gallop, Tour Champion into the opening turn, Royal JK, inside leader. Outside pressing, that's Aragonite and Wah. Aragonite now looking to take over in front of Royal JK, 27-3 opening quarter. Two more back, third Super Puncher, tracked fourth by Caught in a Landslide. Fifth one is Smokestack. Back out to retake Royal JK to come around Aragonite. So Royal JK and James McDonald want to control the tempo. They lead again. Aragonite second. Now three more to Super Puncher, Caught in a Landslide, and Smokestack. That one's being followed by Faut. Next in line, the Colt, another two to Lady for a Dollar, and much further back, Tour Champion, 56-3 halfway home, 6-1 shot. Royal JK leads a length. Aragonite second, two more to Super Puncher, Caught in a Landslide on the move. First up in front of Smokestack. To the inside is Faut. Another four to the Colt, make it another 4 or 5 to Lady for a Dollar and Tour Champion. 3/4 the next stop for Royal JK, length and a half in front of Aragonite. Caught in a Landslide, now third. Fourth to Smokestack. He continues to move forward, backing up Super Puncher. 124 and 2 3/4. Royal JK, the one they've got to catch. Aragonite angles out of the pocket. That brings Caught in a Landslide 3 wide, even wider. Smokestack, the even money favorite's got a couple to make up for Cullen. Here's Caught in a Landslide and Smokestack pacing up, the strongest of them all, and Smokestack goes by and starts to draw away. Team Cullen right back here on the Sunday card. It's Smokestack by a couple. Caught in a Landslide finished second. Third to Royal JK. Aragonite fourth, 153. Race 5 finish order. From the top, it reads 5-9-6, 3-2-1, 7-4, 8 on the bottom. Off to race 6 next. Start of the late pick 5. 6 AK Black Badger. Chart lines are all up to date. Post time in 15 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label is saint with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Introducing the field for race 6. Number 1 is DA Temptation. Mark McDonald drives. Guy Gagnon training for PLE Valmondu Incorporated. Heaven's Old Dragon, the 2. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. A1 stable, the owners. Louis Waugh in the bike. Behind 3, Catch Me Gracefully. Melissa Loyer owns and trains. Andre Goish driving 4, Captain Chloe for owner-trainer Kitty Graham. James McDonald's aboard the 5. Smells Like Teen Spirit. Lorraine Parr owns. And Robert Jarvis, the birthday boy, trains. Happy birthday, Robert. Number 6, AK Black Badger. Jonathan Drury in the seat. Carmen Osiello for Scott Sargentson and Osiello Stables. The 7, My Maserati, gets J.R. Plant. Frank Mancini trains and owns with Jennifer Libby. Daryl Thiessen aboard 8. Lisa Zoll and Mitch Tierney trains for Lynn Cameron and Michelle Gaudreau. And Jake Roberts will send out number 9, All-Star Willow for Triple S Equine in the bike, Tyler Borth. That's your group for race 6 to start tonight's late pick 5 wager. Post time in about a half dozen.
Race number 6 on the track. Fillies and Mares claiming 8,000 for non-winners of 7,000 last 4 starts. So another 8,000 conditioned claimer in here. The 2 that I like the best in here are the 2 and the 3. My numbers are actually 3, 2, 4, and 5. So you're really using the inside to the middle of the gate. The 1 horse DA Temptation, I won't be using him in here tonight. Mark McDonald picking up a nice live catch drive from Guy Gagnon. This one's been racing on the B tracks, but he did race here one other time in the 8,000 condition claimer, right at the bottom of the of his lines when he was in the Jody Cullen outfit, and finished a decent 5th in there, but not much on the last quarter. I'm going to take a wait and see on DA Temptation. Looks good out there though. The 2 horse is Heaven's Little Dragon. And this is a Jody Cullen horse. Been doing a lot of its racing at London and a little bit at Flamborough as well. Coming in here with a little bit of a stale date though, right? Last race was May the 9th at Flamborough. So using this one in for second. New kind of face to the circuit. The 3 horse, Catch Me Gracefully. This is a new acquisition of Melissa Loyer. She's only had this horse 3 starts, already with 2 wins. And I think he can come back with another win in here as well. 8-5 right now on the 3 horse, and that one's looking good out there. The 4 horse, Captain Chloe, coming out of the Katie Graham stable. This one racing really, really well. Also coming over here from the B tracks. Not a bad presentation made by this one. 6-1 right now on Captain Chloe. The 5 horse smells like teen spirit. Got this one in for 4th. Chad Rosema mentioning that Robert Jarvis birthday today. Congratulations to Robert and best of luck with your horse in here. I got her in for 4th. Looks good out on the track and picks up the circuit's best in James McDonald. The 6 horse AK Black Badger. Lines are up to date on this one. I won't be using this one in here. Was a winner last start at Flamborough, but again, coming in here with a little bit of a stale date. So I'm going to take a wait and see on that one. Not using the 7, the 8, or the 9, but it doesn't look like they're taking a lot of support out there right now. This is that 6 horse AK Black Badger on your screen right now. I won't be using him in here, but that's a nice looking horse. We also got some claims to talk about in race number 7. Next race, the 5 horse, Make Me a Legend, is going to have 1 claim registered in on him. And you can see the equipment changes coming in on Can't Stop Lou, Blind to Blinkers. The hobbles going out an extra inch, 61.5 to 62.5. Back to race number 6 again. My Maserati. Won't be using this one in here. Nice looking horse out there on the track. You know, carrying good weight in that. Nice looking horse. Been racing good on the B tracks. 13 starts this year. 5 times he's hit the board. So, or she's hit the board. This is an American Ideal filly out of a Roll with Joe. she's got a good size for an American Ideal. I kind of find the American Ideals are more built like this one right here. Not quite as thick and powerful looking as that last one. Lisa's All In, going to come off the Lasix program and going to get a little bit of a push start for Daryl Thiessen on this one. Going to get her moving forward, but I won't be using her in here tonight either for Mitch Tierney. She is at 19-1. 9-horse All-Star Willow, won't be using this one in here as well. Scratch Judges injured in his last start. May 16th was this one's last line. Is racing good for Jake Roberts, but coming in here missing a week with an injured scratch and the fact that he draws the 9-hole too. So I'm not really sure about this one. 30-1 right now. Looks like the inside horses are really the one taking the bulk of your wagering. The 1-horse DA Temptation still at 13-1, but the 3-horse right now at 7-5. This is Catch Me Gracefully. There's going to be my top pick in here. 2-horse at 8-5. That's Heaven's Little Dragon. The 4-horse 7-1. Captain Chloe in there, and the 5-horse taking a few looks at 10-1. So that's going to do it for me in this race. Remember, if you're looking to play that late pick 5, this is the race that you're looking for. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 7, which is going to be the kickoff to the late pick 4. Save some money for that one, but get all you can in here. Best of luck.
We're now getting ready for race 6 as we head to the back half of our Sunday program. Another pick 5 set to get underway here. Still a little bit of time for you to punch those tickets. 24,000 plus and continuing to climb. 6-5 on 3 Catch Me Gracefully. Has been racing well on the B tracks in recent weeks with a couple of wins over her last 3 outings. Trying to duplicate that success here now at the big track. 2-1 inside Heaven's Little Dragon. Also ships in from the Raceway in London and Flamborough with success. Just a one-time winner, however, this year in 17 tries, but another 10 in the money finishes. And Team Cullen suddenly hot here the last couple. It's post time for race number 6. Here they come. Field picks up speed. They're at the start and away they go. Off and pacing. Smells Like Teen Spirit down the center along with Captain Chloe. They'll leave out in tandem. Now joining them from the outside is All-Star Willow. Heaven's Little Dragon to the top 4. DA Temptation from the rail gets away 5th. Looking for a seat 6th is Lisa's All In front of Catch Me Gracefully. Last pair, AK Black Badger and My Maserati. Smells Like Teen Spirit on the inside will release the Parkdale All-Star Willow at 46-1. Takes over for Borth. 27-2 the first panel. Captain Chloe, 3rd Heaven's Little Dragon, 4th. DA Temptation is 5th. On the move already. Catch Me Gracefully from the back. To the inside, Lisa's All In. Starting up AK Black Badger. Another 2 to the trailer, My Maserati. 3/8 complete. All-Star Willow leads at a big price in front of Smells Like Teen Spirit and Captain Chloe up to 4th now. First up, Catch Me Gracefully on that one's covers. AK Black Badger getting a nice trip to the inside, pinned in. Heaven's Little Dragon 3rd over. My Maserati, the last pair. DA Temptation shuffled and starting up from last. On the outside is Lisa's All In. 58-1 down to the half. Nice breather for All-Star Willow. Catch Me Gracefully now takes over 2nd on the outside, a length away. Smells Like Teen Spirit's been riding the pocket throughout most of this mile. 2nd over up to 4th is AK Black Badger to the inside. 5th for Captain Chloe. 3rd over My Maserati is 6th right now. 7th inside Heaven's Little Dragon. 8th on the outside, Lisa's All In. Trailing 9th, DA Temptation. 127 2 3/4. It's still All-Star Willow. Catch Me Gracefully, the odds-on favorite, called on for more by Watt. skipping wide is 8K Black Badger at 25 to 1. All-Star Willow still leads a length. 8K Black Badger trying to track this one down. On the scene late is Heaven's Little Dragon for Cullen. All-Star Willow, though, at 46 to 1 scores the upset. It's All-Star Willow over Heaven's Little Dragon and 8K Black Badger in 156 and 1. Unofficial 9-2-6-3. Number 9, All-Star Willow on a mission tonight on the front. Scores the upset in the 6th race. Is back in front of us now. The 4-year-old bay mare by All Bets Off out of the Well-Said Dam Whisper Wells, owned by Triple S Equine. Jake Roberts trains Tyler Bort, the winning driver. 4 for 18 this year's All-Star Willow. Now a 9-time winner overall, 156 and 1 at 46 to 1. Longest shot on the board. All-Star Willow kicks off the late pick 5. Sixth race payouts. Number 9, All-Star Willow, 94.40 to win, 22.20 to place, 11.60 to show. Second, number 2, Heaven's Little Dragon, 553.80. Third, 6, 8K Black Badger, 12.10. $2 exacta, $671.70. $1 trifecta, $1,933.20. $1 super, $6,166.85. $2 double, $82.40. $1 pick, $399.75. And the early pick 4 wrapped up for $1, $565.70. 42,000 plus wagered in the late pick 5, just $928.50. Moves on in live money after the opening leg. And the pick 6, now halfway through the wager, takes a big hit there. Live money drops to $308.01. Field picks up speed. They're at the start, and away they go. Off and pacing, Smells Like Teen Spirit down the center, along with Captain Chloe. They'll leave out in tandem. Now joining them from the outside is All-Star Willow. Heaven's Little Dragon to the top 4. DA Temptation from the rail gets away 5th. Looking for a seat 6th is Lisa's All In front of Catch Me Gracefully. Last pair, AK Black Badger and My Maserati. Smells Like Teen Spirit on the inside will release the Parkdale All-Star Willow at 46-1. Takes over for Borth. 27-2 the first panel. Captain Chloe, 3rd Heaven's Little Dragon, 4th. DA Temptation is 5th. On the move already. Catch Me Gracefully from the back. To the inside, Lisa's All In. Starting up AK Black Badger. Another 2 to the trailer, My Maserati. 3/8 complete. All-Star Willow leads at a big price in front of Smells Like Teen Spirit and Captain Chloe up to 4th now. First up, Catch Me Gracefully on that one's covers. AK Black Badger getting a nice trip to the inside, pinned in. Heaven's Little Dragon, 3rd over. My Maserati, the last pair. DA Temptation shuffled and starting up. From last on the outside is Lisa's All In. 58-1 down to the half. Nice breather for All-Star Willow. Catch Me Gracefully now takes over 2nd on the outside, a length away. Smells Like Teen Spirit's been riding the pocket throughout most of this mile. 2nd over up to 4th is AK Black Badger to the inside. 5th for Captain Chloe. 3rd over, My Maserati is 6th right now. 7th inside, Heaven's Little Dragon. 8th on the outside, Lisa's All In. Trailing 9th, DA Temptation, 127 2 3/4. It's still All-Star Willow. Catch Me Gracefully, the odds-on favorite, called on for more by Watt. Tipping wide is 8K Black Badger at 25-1. All-Star Willow still leads a length. 8K Black Badger trying to track this one down. On the scene late is Heaven's Little Dragon for Cullen. All-Star Willow, though, at 46-1 scores the upset. It's All-Star Willow over Heaven's Little Dragon and 8K Black Badger in 156-1. Race 6 finish order 624-75398. 1 on the bottom. Off to race 7, start of the late pick. 4-1 claim in on the 5, Make Me a Legend. The 6 Can't Stop. Blue Blind to Blinkers. Hobbles 61.5 to 62.5. Pokes time in 11 minutes. Let's meet the field for race 7. Number 1, Day Delight's gone back to the paddock. We'll meet that one a little bit later on. First, we'll start with 2RJ Super Freak. James McDonald drives. Eric Lafleur trains and owns with Michel Blais. Smiles for Miles 3, Louis Waugh on the bike. Chantel Mitchell training for William McKay, David Swatuk, and Jamie Hall. Daryl Thiessen aboard the 4 Prestige Sealster. Lindsay Kerr trains and owns with Sally Charlton. 1 claim entered on 5, Make Me a Legend. Travis Henry drives. Carmen Osiello trains. Scott Sargentson, Osiello Stables, share ownership. Lindsay Kerr sends out the 6 Can't Stop Blue for Sally Charlton with Tyler Borth driving. Chicken and Dice, 7, Travis Cullum for trainer Tyler Schlottman, Kevin Skilton owns. Stick him in and let him go. Number 8 is driven by J.R. Plonge. Gerard Demers trains for Marie Soleil Fontaine. And then now back to the track is one Day to Light. Jonathan Drury in tow. Vic Putty trains. Triple S Equine the owner. That's your field race 7 to start tonight's late pick 4 in 6 minutes.
He's rolling along there pretty good right now. This is Day Delight for Victor Putty and Jonathan Drury. Won't be using him in here, 13-1. But, looks like he's getting well warmed up out there anyway. The 2-horse, RJ Super Freak, he's at 15-1, and I am going to use this guy. I'm going to throw him in on the bottom. Nice-looking horse out there, and 5 for 35 last year, only 1 for 5 this year, but he did take a nice mark over Rito Carlton in 52 last year. This is another Luck Be With You. Luck Be Will You. Luck Be With You. I think that's the horse that Bill Cass trained at one time. Real fast Cam Luck colt. But anyway, this guy's picking up James. And he's only, he's had a win, 4 down, 2 down at Flamborough. He only got beat a length and a quarter. Looked like an inside trip there. Last week he took some air out there. I think this is the kind of horse that James could really kind of finesse there. And he looks good on the track. So I'm going to throw him in for the 4. 3-horse, Smiles for Miles. 5-2 right now on Smiles for Miles. This is a nice little horse in this class. When he gets tripped out, he's always seems like he's got some good movement on the end of it. Sometimes he's even the best horse in here. A couple of times, maybe for a bit it was, I think it was Wicked. What was his name? Wicked Ways, maybe? He was pretty Wicked Ways, Wicked Beast. He was pretty good in here. And then Volcanic was pretty tough in here for a while. But this guy, too, at certain times, he's been the best horse in this class. 5-2 is your favorite. I got him in for second. But I might be going a little bit light on Smiles for Miles. The 4-horse Prestige Seal Stir for Daryl Thiessen and Lindsay Kerr. I won't be using this guy in here tonight, but maybe down the road. This is the first start off of a qualifier, had some time off. This is a Sunshine Beach out of no pan intended mare. 10 years of age. If anything, he'll probably just keep getting better and better because those anything with the mare out of no pan intended, they usually race till they're 50. So this guy's got a long ways to go. Looks good out there right now at 21-1. 5-horse, Make Me a Legend. And now this is a horse that normally does race in the straight claimer. Some of these other ones have been racing 20,000 claiming condition, and now they're going to come in here. Smiles for Miles usually does the 20,000 claiming condition, but he did race in the straight claimer last week and had a decent 4th in there and paced a mile in 51-4, so he can do in there. Now back to this 5-horse. I mean, he usually does race in these straight claimers, so I don't think it's a real any kind of a tougher bunch for him. Now he is claimed tonight. Make Me a Legend. Somebody threw a claim in on him. Where I find that he's dangerous is a few times they'll sneak him down through. And this guy, it looks like if he gets the room, he's just going to bolt on by them. But then there's been a couple of times where he has had the room, and it just seems like he's kind of out there. So I'm not really sure what's going on with him, but I got him in for 3rd. Looks good on the track, and right now he's at 7-2. Claim entered. The 6-horse Can't Stop Lou will be the second one out of the Lindsay Kerr barn in here. And this one, she's going to send in a lot of changes. Just picked this one up last week out of a straight claimer as well. Taking him off of Mark Winnicott, who before that he was in the Corey Giles barn. But Lindsay's going to send in Blind to Blinkers, bridle change on this guy. And she's also going to open his hobbles up. And like I was telling you earlier, once you start to get up to that 60 inches, that's a long stride on a horse. Now, he was wearing 61.5, and she's going to open them up another inch and give him 62.5 inches to work with. So this is a big striding horse, 9-2 right now. I didn't use him in here tonight, but, that could be a problem for me because he is taking some play and he looks good out there. The 7-horse, Chicken and Dice. I won't be using him in here tonight. This is going to be second start for Tyler Schlattman with this guy. Tyler's been coming with a couple of nice wins on our circuit. Maybe he can start the whole roll again with chicken and dice. But 19-1 on this one. I'm going to take a wait and see on him. Now the 8-horse, stick him in, let him go. This is going to be my top pick in here. I just think this horse is in incredible good form. Wow, does he ever look good out there? He's in incredible good form right now. Even the times that he's been beat, the second by a nose and the fourth, if he gets through there a little bit sooner, he's a winner those times too. Last week, he ended up getting the job done. First over, parked every step out of the 9-hole, got the job done, and that was in a straight 20. Another horse that's been racing straight 20s when he's been over here, and he's been racing really, really well. So we don't have to worry about whether or not he can do in here because he's doing. So that's my numbers in race number 7. This kickoff to the late pick 4, 8, 3, 5, and 2. Best of luck is how you see it. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 8.
Field begins lining up for tonight's 7th race. Late pick 4 time here. 21,000 plus and continuing to climb in there. Group of 8 to kick it off. 7 to 5 outside. Stick him in, let him go. Looking for back-to-back with Sharpen 51 and 2. In his latest, we'll try to build off that. It was his second win of the year last year. He won 13 times. 3-1. Smiles for Miles inside. In the center, Make Me a Legend, the claimed horse, and Can't Stop Blue all getting some play. Post time for race 7. Seventh race, claiming pacers all lined up. Here they come to a start. There they go. They're off and pacing. Plant calling on. Stick 'em in and let 'em go from the outside. Quicker in the center right now. They'll Make Me a Legend. So driving on to try and go past him. Stick 'em in and let 'em go. Will lead the charge into the opening turn with Make Me a Legend getting a 2-hole trip right now. Parked to the outside. Smiles for Miles. He's going to have to drive on for Wah. Daylight gets away 4th. Tucking 5th is Can't Stop Blue. Then RJ's Super Freak. Prestige. Sealster. Early trailer. Chicken and Dice. 26 and 3 opening quarter. Smiles for Miles takes over from 6 to 5 favorite. Stick him in. Let him go. Who's in the pocket for now, but it's a give and go situation. Back out to come around is Stick him in and let him go. He'll take over again with Smiles for Miles second. Make Me a Legend third. Day Delight is 4th. Was getting jammed up there a bit, so he's brought to the outside by Jury and chased on to pick it up. Can't Stop Blue will swing to the outside to follow his cover. Then RG's Super Freak back to Chicken and Dice. And issues in the back for Prestige. Sealster 55 and 3 down to the half. Leading a length. Stick him in. Let him go. Day Delight pressuring outside at a price. Smiles for Miles to the inside third. Can't Stop Blue up to 4th second over. Gapping just slightly inside 5th. Make Me a Legend. Then from the back, RJ's Super Freak needs to find more to the inside. Chicken and Dice and Prestige Sealster. Now a quarter of a mile left. It's Stick him in, let him go. Leading 2 on Smiles for Miles. Day Delight's tired. Wide around him, Can't Stop Blue. 123 to 3/4, and it's Stick him in and let him go. Leading a couple. Smiles for Miles, his closest pursuer right now. Make Me a Legend. Center of the track up the inside for Chicken and Dice. Plant and Stick him in and let him go. Still with a couple insurance lengths right now with a 16th, and it's Stick him in, let him go back to back. Stick him in and let him go. Wins by about 3.5. Second best looked like Smiles for Miles did hold on from Chicken and Dice in 151 and 1. Race 7 on official, 8375. Back-to-back winning efforts for 7th race winner number 8. Stick 'em in, let 'em go. Returns in front of us now. The 6-year-old brown gunner by Lombrettas out of the Surluck Dam. Got a lucky deal. Winning owner Marie Soleil-Fontaine, Gerard Demers trains. Winning driver J.R. Plant. Stick 'em in, let 'em go now. 3 for 18 this year. 19th career score. Steps to a lifetime best tonight. 151-1. At 6-5 in the 7th. Payouts, race 7, number 8. Stick 'em in, let 'em go. 460, 290, 250. Second 3, Smiles for Miles, 423, 40. Third, number 7, Chicken and Dice, 730. $2 Exacta, 1930. The dollar try, 164.50. $1 Superfecta, $550.90. $2 double pays 241.80. $1 pick 3, 287.90. 36,000 plus wagered in the late pick 4. A little less than 12,000 moving on. The pick 5 update, 310.40 remains. Pick 6, 106.39. Number 5, Make Me a Legend, claimed out of that 7th race for $20,000. Goes to new owners Mario Villani, Verinder Gill, and Michel Attar, with Gerard Demers taking over as trainer. Seventh race, claiming pacers all lined up. Here they come to a start. There they go. They're off and pacing. Plant calling on. Stick 'em in and let 'em go from the outside. Quicker in the center right now. They'll make me a legend. So driving on to try and go past him. Stick 'em in and let 'em go. Will lead the charge into the opening turn with Make Me a Legend getting a 2-hole trip right now. Parked to the outside. Smiles for Miles. He's going to have to drive on for Wah. Daylight gets away fourth. Tucking fifth is Can't Stop Blue. Then RJ's Super Freak, Prestige, Sealster, Early Trailer, Chicken and Dice. 26 and 3 opening quarter. Smiles for Miles takes over from 6 to 5 favorite. Stick him in. Let him go. Who's in the pocket for now, but it's a give and go situation. Back out to come around is Stick him in and let him go. He'll take over again with Smiles for Miles second. Make Me a Legend third. Day Delight is fourth. Was getting jammed up there a bit, so he's brought to the outside by Jury and chased on to pick it up. Can't Stop Blue will swing to the outside to follow his cover. Then RG's Super Freak back to Chicken and Dice. And issues in the back for Prestige. Sealster 55 and 3 down to the half. Leading a length. Stick him in. Let him go. Day Delight pressuring outside at a price. Smiles for Miles to the inside third. Can't Stop Blue up to fourth, second over. Gapping just slightly inside fifth. Make Me a Legend. Then from the back, RJ Super Freak needs to find more to the inside. Chicken and Dice and Prestige Sealster. Now a quarter of a mile left. It's Stick him in, let him go. Leading two on Smiles for Miles. Day Delight's tired. Wide around him, Can't Stop Blue. 123 to 3/4. And it's Stick him in and let him go. Leading a couple. Smiles for Miles, his closest pursuer right now. Make Me a Legend. Center of the track up the inside for Chicken and Dice. Plant and Stick him in and let him go. Still with a couple insurance lengths right now with a 16th. And it's Stick him in. Let him go back to back. Stick him in and let him go. Wins by about 3.5. Second best looked like Smiles for Miles did hold on from Chicken and Dice in 151 and 1. Here's how they all finished in tonight's seventh race. From the top, it reads 6, 7, 2, 8, 4, 5, 3, and 1 on the bottom. We're off to race 8 next, where we scratch 2 Mastercraft at Sick, post time in 12 minutes. Leading off post parade for race A, number 1 is What About Elmo. Scott Young drives. Paul Reed trains and owns with Leonard Christopher, Jeffrey Nickel, and Brian Kleinberg. Scratch the 2. 3, My Friend Jose, driven by Louis Waz, sent out by trainer Herb Holland for Costas Diakalukas. Number 4, Patriarch Hanover, Mark McDonald drives. Greg McNair trains, Brad Grant the owner. We're going to go to 6, Perfetto next. Dagfinn Henriksen trains and drives the Millionaire for owner Gerald Haggerty. Number 7, Distance Learning, gets Travis Henry at the lines. Dwayne Marfisi for Galliers Racing. Zetathena the 8, James McDonald aboard. Justin Turcotte training for Gestion Jean Blais Incorporated. And now to the track is the 5, Tyrone Bowtie. Tyler Borth driving for trainer Michael Armstrong. Owners are Rachel Burns, Wade, and Philippe Toussinon. That's your field for the 8th race. It's coming your way next in about 6 minutes.
Race number 8 on the track. I would consider this to be the feature of the night, non-winners of 9,000. We got some pretty nice trotters in here. That one right there is a pretty nice trotter. He's 4-5 right now, and his name is What About Elmo? I got him in for 3rd in here. Don't necessarily like the rail. The last time that he made a break, he was down on the inside of the gate. He's been perfect since then. He's had the middle of the gate. No issues whatsoever. I'm sure he'll be fine to go in here tonight. But I'm going to take a chance and maybe just play against this guy. 4-5 really, really looks sharp out there. You guys can see it, bright-eyed and ready to go. But I just, I'm just not a big fan of that rail sometimes with certain horses. So What About Elmo? I'm going to throw him in for 3rd. Even money right now on this dude. 2-horse won't be with us tonight, Mastercraft. The 3-horse will. His name is My Friend Jose. Racing really, really good now for Herb Holland. And Louis Waz going to be picking up the drive on this guy tonight. He's going to be my top pick in here. I think he's looking good out there. He's taking nice support at 3-1, but I just don't see him bringing the sizzle that one horse is bringing right now. But maybe the sizzle will work against the one horse with the rail. But he looks good out here right now. My Friend Jose, my top pick. The 4-horse Patriarch Hanover sure brings a lot of back class, zeroing in, targeting in on that $1 million lifetime. He's had 2 wins in his last 3 starts, but I think this one's going to be a little bit tougher for him, some of them horses. But, if he gets tripped out, Mark can find a seam for him. He can come up with some pretty nice efforts, too. You don't come to $1 million easily, and that horse is a nice-looking horse out there right now. So Patriarch Hanover won't be using him, but looks good out there, 24-1. The 5-horse Tyrone Bowtie came out last in the post parade. He seems to be a little bit of a firecracker in the post parade. A couple of weeks ago, Trevor Henry drove this guy, and I've always been a big fan of Trevor with trotters, any horse really, but with trotters especially. He seems to be so calm and cool with them. And this guy, I don't think he's an easy horse to get along with all the time, but Trevor had no issues with him whatsoever, was able to get him to the winner's circle. Then Tyler jumps on board his last start, and he had a really good race for Tyler as well. So 21-1, what I consider to be a bit of a dangerous horse. Don't really look at him in the win category, but I think he can be 2nd or 3rd in here. So nice little number on the 5-horse Tyrone Bowtie. 6-horse Perfetto. Last week there, he ended up making a break going into the first turn. There was an objection filed by the driver of Perfetto, Dagfinn Henriksen, and nothing came of it. They let the result stand, but something happened because he does have an IX on his card there. So, riddle me this. You didn't get interfered with, but we're going to give you an IX. anyway, I thought if he's leaving with this horse last week, which he was, there's a pretty good chance he'll be leaving with this guy again. When this guy's on his game, he's going to be really, really tough. Do I put him with the young legs of a What About Elmo? No, I don't. But, I mean, you know, classy old horses like him can reach back, and he can certainly do that. Just recently going over the $1 million lifetime Perfetto. The 7-horse Distance Learning, I don't think I've ever seen him look any better than he is right now. This is a horse that is really on. He's sharp right now. He's on good form, and he looks it. He is really, really engaged out there. So I love the way that this guy's looking. 3-1. Obviously, a lot of people like him out there as well. The 8-horse Zed Athena, I thought she came onto the track with a bit of a bright eye. Look at this. Now, we haven't quite seen, you know, her being quite the spry in a while. It just seems to me like she's been kind of going through the motions, but I haven't liked her in the post parade either. But look at this week. She's a little bit different out there tonight. She has got the bright eyes going, and she looks like she's really, really happy to be here, and she is 14-1. We could see a bit of a difference with Zed Athena tonight, but she's going to have to be right at the top of her game if she's going to take on that 1 horse. I have her in for second right now. So my numbers in here, 3, 8, and 1. Scratch of the 2-horse. A Mastercraft won't be with us tonight. And right now, I would say the board is fairly logical. 6-horse Perfetto taking a few looks at 6-1. 7-horse Distance Learning taking a lot of looks at 3-1. This one, the 3-horse, my friend Jose, 7-2, and the 1-horse, What About Elmo, at even money right now. Best of luck is how you see it in race number 8. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 9.
Eighth race trotters called to the gate. Begin lining up as we start our final pick 3 of the night. Scratch down to a field of 7. Even money on What About Elmo from the inside. As he drops down in what's his 4th start of the campaign. He's had to face some tough company lately. He's got plenty of back class, but trying to get things going in a positive direction here tonight. 2-1 on Distance Learning near the outside, and 4-1 my friend Jose. It's post time, race 8. Eighth race field lined up. Speeding to a start. And a good-looking start it is, and away they go. They're off and trotting. From the outside is Distance Learning going forward here for Travis Henry along with Zed Athena. Set to join that one, Perfetto and Tyrone Bowtie. What About Elmo to the inside 5th in front of my friend Jose and an early trailing Patriarch Hanover. Battling up front here as Zed Athena is going to cross over in front of Distance Learning to take over. Still Park, Tyrone Bowtie, widest of them, taking the worst of it right now is that Millionaire Perfetto. Opening quarter 27-2 into the backstretch they go as Zed Athena leading. 3 wide Perfetto, Tyrone Bowtie, 2 wide in between and pushing forward here. The Distance Learning and behind 4th. What About Elmo off the early speed 5th, then my friend Jose and Patriarch Hanover. 3/8 complete and still parked is Perfetto, not by yet. Tyrone Bowtie with 4th grabbing for some leather, releases them. Zed Athena 3rd, and on the move Distance Learning with another move. What About Elmo 2nd over now, 5th, 3rd over my friend Jose, and starting up last Patriarch Hanover. Halfway home in 56-2, Perfetto leads now a half length in front of Distance Learning. What About Elmo's up to 3rd, and with a length and a half of the lead. Tyrone Bowtie to the inside 4th. Behind that one is Zed Athena. 3rd over gapping, though, is my friend Jose. And at the back, Patriarch Hanover. Perfetto inside, Distance Learning outside. They match strides to 3/4 now in 125-2. And What About Elmo stalking the top pair, ready to swing wide. As they turn for home, Perfetto inside, Distance Learning on the outside, pokes ahead in front, tipped wide is What About Elmo, trying to rally on here, needs a couple, as Distance Learning's got the lead. What About Elmo trying to inch in, Perfetto to the inside, it's Distance Learning still with the lead. What About Elmo, one final lunge, Distance Learning holds on. Distance Learning over What About Elmo and Perfetto in 153-4. 7163 unofficial. Winner of race 8, number 7, Distance Learning, in front of us now. 7-year-old bay gelding by Chapter 7 out of the Muscles. Yankee Dam Vintage Oaks is owned by Gallagher's Racing and trained by Dwayne Marfisi. Driven to victory by Travis Henry. Distance Learning notching his 4th win of the campaign in 17 tries. Now a 23-time winner. 153-4. He holds on at 8-5. Number 7, Distance Learning, 550, 260, 210. Second, number 1, What About Elmo, 280, 230. Third, number 6, Perfetto, 330. $2 exacta, $17.30 try, $23.90. $1 super pays $49.20. $2 double, $15.20. $1 pick 3, $608.65. Just under $2,900 in the late pick 4 live money, $52.94 in the pick 5. Pick 6, $21.19 carries to the final leg. Speeding to a start, and a good-looking start it is, and away they go. They're off and trotting. From the outside is Distance Learning going forward here for Travis Henry along with Zetathena. Set to join that one, Perfetto and Tyrone Bowtie. What About Elmo to the inside 5th in front of my friend Jose and an early trailing Patriarch Hanover. Battling up front here as Zetathena is going to cross over in front of Distance Learning to take over. Still Park, Tyrone Bowtie, widest of them, taking the worst of it right now is that Millionaire Perfetto. Opening quarter 27-2 into the backstretch they go as Zetathena leading. 3 wide Perfetto, Tyrone Bowtie, 2 wide in between and pushing forward here. The Distance Learning in behind 4th. What about Elmo off the early speed 5th? And my friend Jose and Patriarch Hanover. 3/8 complete and still parked is Perfetto, not by yet. Tyrone Bowtie with 4th grabbing for some leather, releases them. Zetathena 3rd and on the move. Distance Learning with another move. What about Elmo? 2nd over now, 5th, 3rd over my friend Jose, and starting up last Patriarch Hanover. Halfway home in 56-2. Perfetto leads now a half length in front of Distance Learning. What about Elmo's up to 3rd and with a length and a half of the lead. Tyrone Bowtie to the inside 4th. Behind that one is Zetathena. 3rd over gapping though is my friend Jose, and at the back Patriarch Hanover. Perfetto inside, Distance Learning outside. They match strides to 3/4 now in 125-2. And what about Elmo stalking the top pair, ready to swing wide as they turn for home. Perfetto inside. Distance Learning on the outside. Pokes ahead in front. Tipped wide is What About Elmo. Trying to rally on here. Needs a couple as Distance Learning's got the lead. What About Elmo trying to inch in. Perfetto to the inside. It's Distance Learning still with the lead. What About Elmo? One final lunge. Distance Learning holds on. Distance Learning over What About Elmo and Perfetto in 153-4. Finish order, race 8 from the top is 2 scratch 4, 6, 7, 3, 1, and 5 on the bottom. We're off to race 9 next. No program changes. Post time in 12 minutes. As Pacers make their way out to the track for a post-parade for race number 9, let everybody know that in race 10, we've got a late scratch now of 10, Southwind Domino Vet Sick. Take out the 10, Southwind Domino Vet Scratch Sick out of race 10. Leading off parade for race 9, number 1 Ethereum Party, Tyler Borth in the bike, Jake Roberts trains and owns a Steve Adams. Number 2 Control the Power, David Snowden owns and trains, Scott Young between the wheels. Daryl Thiessen will drive 3, Tricky McWicky, Austin McEnany trains for Stu and Patricia Bullander. Number 4 Salzbrook Ian, James McDonald aboard, Ron McDonald trains for Brett McDonald, Katie Remerswell and Shengo. Wicked Time, the 5. Jonathan Drury for trainer Jody Cullen, Jacqueline Donnell owns. Mike Horner trains and drives. Number 6, Hazy Coast for Mark Horner and Doug Wilson. The 7, Miraculous Desby, driven by J.R. Plana, sent up by Jacques Dupont for Ikri CSL. And Travis Cullen owns and drives number 8, Bet the BB, Jody Cullen, the trainer. That's your field for race 9 to kick off the late double in 7 minutes.
Race number 9 out on the track, and we're getting closer to that ultimate last race of the night, race number 10. Only a couple away now. Interesting kind of a board here. Now, I threw the 4-horse, Salzbrook Ian, in for second. Look at the date, late April 20-something. And so he's April 26th. Hasn't raced in a while, this Salzbrook Ian. But look at the support he's taken at 2-1. Sometimes maybe there's a chance that they got some fitness into this guy, got a good schooler into him, trained him a fast mile, but somebody likes this horse in here tonight, this 4-horse. I like him. There he is. I like the way that he looks out there. I think that this guy's got a lot of go, and unfortunately, because his date was so bad, I put him in for second, and I put the 7 on top, and it's nothing against the 7. I think he's competitive in here too, but for whatever reason, he just doesn't seem to really want to come up with any big wins, where this guy, he will win. Salzbrook Ian. So, boy, he looks good out there. 2-1 on both of them, the 4 and the 7. So, not really sure what's going to happen. I'll have to pay attention to this board and see where we're going to go from there. So, let's see who... Okay, let's take a look at the 7-horse. This is your co-favorite right now, your favorite, but a loosely one, both at 2-1. The horse looks fantastic. I mean, he should be racing better than he is, in my opinion. He's got lots of ability. Go down to the bottom when he was in the Open 2, only beat a few lengths, paced a mile in 52. Look at the last quarter, 26 flat, and then he just has never really done much since then, and he'll go up in class, he'll come down in class. Now he really down in class into this non-winners at 25. I mean, look at the way he looks. You'd really think that this is going to be the start of something in here. So he's my top pick, 2-1. But that 4-horse is looking awful good out there, too, at 2-1 as well. Okay, now the 8-horse. This one's going to be interesting, too, because this is Bet the BB. coming over here for Team Cullen. He's had some time off. Last race here, November the 29th, ended up with a decent kind of a fifth in there. Took some betting support the race before. Then he was shut down and given a little bit of a rest. Only the one qualifier at Flamborough and only the one race at Flamborough. Just kind of went to the back, paced a good back half in 56 and 3 mile and 55 and 4. But I don't know if that's going to be enough if he has to do multiple moves out here tonight from an outside post position. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Bet the BB in here as well. The 2 horse, this is Control the Power. I got this guy in for 4th. Again, horse that's taken a bit of a drop down from the non-winners of 6,000 into this one. The last race, he had multiple moves, ended up having to come first over. It was just a really tough trip for him. But the 2 before that, he ended up with a good 5th in there, only beaten a couple of lengths after a nice 2-hole ride. And the week before that at Flamborough, he goes down the road and non-winners is 6,500 and gets the job done, beating horses like Logan Behold in there. So, bringing some decent miles into here. If Scotty can find him the right trip, he could be tough in here as well. Maybe we can get a look at that 1 horse, too, at some point. Here's the 3 right now. This is Tricky McWicky, a horse that probably should be racing up a little bit higher up in class right now, but I'm not sure if he's, just bringing his very, very best game right now. Recently gone into the Austin McEnany barn. Best of luck with this one, Austin. I'm going to take a wait and see, but is taking a bit of support, 9-1. Now let's take a look at this 1 horse. There we go. This is Ethereum Party. I got him in for 3rd, coming in from Flamborough, but racing pretty good at Flamborough. And where he's a little bit scary, I think, at 6-1 is if you go back to race number 6. Jake Roberts had All-Star Willow in here from the 9-hole, coming in from Flamborough, and wins, I think, at the payout was $94, I think. Now, this is the second one he brings over here from Flamborough, and this is definitely the deeper of the 2. You can see last year here at Woodbine Mohawk, he took a mark of 50 and 4, already has a mark this year of 52 over our track. So he gets along good over our track. He's got the rail to deal with over here, which I don't think that that's going to be a big problem with him at all. I think that they can race this guy different ways if they want, but I think he is a real good bet right now at 6-1 Ethereum Party. The 5 horse, 12-1 right now on McWicked Time. Looks good out there, but usually I find when Jody has 2 in the same race, Travis usually drives the one that seems to me like a little bit liver. So maybe JD can trip this guy out and get a piece of the prize. So my numbers in race number 9 are 7, 4, 1, and 2. That's the 6 horse, Hazy Coast. What a looker that fella is, eh? Whoo-wee. Hi-ho, Silver. Okay, so we'll be back to talk to you before race number 10. Best of luck as you see it in here.
Field for the 9th race, lining up behind the gate as we kick off our late double. Miraculous Desby, the 7. Another drop down for him. And a better draw. He's been stuck in some outside posts lately. He's at 8-5. Public thinks he'll put it together here tonight. 3-1 on the 4. Salzbrook Ian. 4-1 from the rail. Ethereum Party, as Randy touched on. Jake Roberts and Todd Aborth connected earlier at a big price, 46-1. Got Ethereum Party here who's getting plenty of play from the 10-1 morning line odds. It's post time for race 9. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing. And inside, Tricky McWicky with some early hustle with Control of the Power. Down the center, McWicked Time and Miraculous Desby. Now chased along by Plant to go on after the lead. And Miraculous Desby wide into the opening turn, but will cross over to lead the way. In front of McWicked Time, second. Tricky McWicky, third. Bet the BB got away fourth, 2 in front of Control the Power, fifth, another 2 to Ethereum Party. The last pair, Salzbrook Ian and Hazy Coast. 26-2 opening quarter, single file into the backstretch. Miraculous Desby, odds-on favorite, leads the way. In front of a pocket riding, Mick Wicked Time, and then it's Tricky Mick Wicky third, Bet the BB's fourth, fifth one is Control the Power on the move, Ethereum Party, swinging to the outside to follow is Salzbrook Ian and Hazy Coast trails. Just about at the half now is the race favorite Miraculous Desby, but here's company, and it's a rushing Ethereum Party, and Ethereum Party suddenly now second and pressuring the leader. 56-1 to the half. They head into this turn towards 5/8. Miraculous Desby with the inside advantage, now leading 3/4 of a length on Ethereum Party. Mick Wicked Time tightening back up in the pocket behind him third. Second to over, that is Salzbrook Ian. He's now starting to catch up to his cover to the inside. Fifth, Tricky McWicky. Cullen swings to the outside with Bet the BB. Then we go back to Control the Power and Hazy Coast, 123 and 3 3/4. Miraculous Desby leads a length. Ethereum Party still on the outside second and continuing to try and come closer again. Miraculous Desby trying to find more. Ethereum Party on the outside is finding more right now. These two match strides with a 16th to go. Miraculous Desby or Ethereum Party? Ethereum Party gets up. Ethereum Party over Miraculous Desby and Control the Power in 152-2. One 7, 2 and 3 unofficial. Race 9 winner now back in front of us. It's the one Ethereum Party. Big gelding 5 years old by Stag Parties out of the Major and Art Dam. Black Widow Baby. Owned and trained by Jake Roberts, who his barn goes 2 for 2 tonight. Steve Adams co-owns. Tyler Borth driving both winners for Jake. Ethereum Party now 3 for 19 this year. 14th career score, 152-2 at 7-2. Here are the payouts from tonight's 9th race. The winner won Ethereum Party, $934, $3. Second, 7, Miraculous Desby, $240, $210. Third, 2, Control the Power, $320. $2 exact to $23, $20 try, $44, $35. $1 super returns $200.90. $2 double, $38, $50 pick, $371, $35. And a $1 winning pick 6, $11,078.75. Live money heading to the final leg in the pick 4, $407.74. The pick 5, just $4.42. Away they go. They're off and pacing. And inside, Tricky McWicky with some early hustle with Control the Power. Down the center, McWicked time, and Miraculous Desby now chased along by Plant to go on after the lead. And Miraculous Desby wide into the opening turn, but will cross over to lead the way. In front of McWicked time, second. Tricky McWicky third. Bet the BB got away fourth, 2 in front of Control the Power, fifth. Another 2 to Ethereum Party. The last pair, Salzbrook Ian and Hazy Coast. 26-2 opening quarter, single file into the backstretch. Miraculous Desby, odds-on favorite, leads the way. In front of a pocket riding, McWicked time. And then it's Tricky McWicky third, Bet the BB's fourth. Fifth one is Control the Power on the move. Ethereum Party swinging to the outside to follow is Salzbrook Ian and Hazy Coast trails. Just about at the half now is the race favorite Miraculous Desby, but here's company, and it's a rushing Ethereum Party. And Ethereum Party suddenly now second and pressuring the leader. 56-1 to the half. They head into this turn towards 5/8. Miraculous Desby with the inside advantage, now leading 3/4 of a length on Ethereum Party. McWicked time tightening back up in the pocket behind him third. Second to over, that is Salzbrook Ian. He's now starting to catch up to his cover to the inside. Fifth, Tricky McWicky. Cullen swings to the outside with Bet the BB. Then we go back to Control the Power and Hazy Coast, 123 and 3 3/4. Miraculous Desby leads a length. Ethereum Party still on the outside second and continuing to try and come closer again. Miraculous Desby trying to find more. Ethereum Party on the outside is finding more right now. These two match strides with a 16th to go. Miraculous Desby or Ethereum Party? Ethereum Party gets up. Ethereum Party over Miraculous Desby and Control the Power in 152-2. Race 9 finish order. From the top is 1, 3, 4, 8, 5, 7, 2, and 6 on the bottom. 10th and final up next. Jackpot I-5 carryover, more than 73,000. Couple of scratches due to sickness. The 7 Crystal Baller and the 10 Southwind Domino. The 8 Deborah removes the blinkers. Post time in 17 minutes.
Trotters in the last race on this beautiful Sunday night. We're getting done at a decent time tonight too. Hopefully we doesn't too much longer before these horses come out of the paddock in the last. Keep this momentum going. So in race number 10, Trotters, we have 2 scratches and one going to be a late one. Crystal Ballers was scratched a little bit earlier. The 7 horse won't be with us tonight, but the 10 horse Southwind Domino was a late scratch. I think it was Chad brought it up just before the last race. So 2 horses won't be with us. We're going to be down to a field of 8 in this race. Now, this is your jackpot high five race, and we do have a $73,000 carryover so far in that race. But where it's also interesting too is that this is the end of the pick 5. And we do have a potential carryover in this late pick 5. And if that happens, then this carryover will work into the very first pick 5 tomorrow night, Monday night. So you may want to pay attention to this one. So if the 2 horse, Our Royal Port, if the 5 horse, My Retirement Dream, or if the 8 horse, Deborah, wins this race, then we're going to have a carryover. Everybody else is covered in here. So let's break this one down. On top, I got the 4 horse Tactical Strike. The big thing with Tactical Strike is that's exactly what it is. It's a tactical strike because she's got a really, really fast brush. And if you don't overdo it, it is really, really good on the end of it. She can really hoover, and she can, she loves to hunt, and she will hunt horses down. And when you get her down into a class like this non-winners of $6,000, I think that kick of hers becomes even better. But you can't be too far back. That's the only thing. She's had a 3rd and a 2nd in this class, and her last 2. She's got a good post to work with. Her last 2, she's had a 7 and a 9. And again, I think that Scotty does her right. I think if the more you use her early, the less you're going to have on the end of it. So Tactical Strike going to be my top pick in here. The 9 horse, All Gas No Brakes. I think Louis picking himself up a really live drive here. And now with the scratch of the 7 horse, that brings him down into the 8 hole. You can see down on his card, the last time that he had the 8 hole, he had no problem coming out of there in this class and getting away in the deuce, and ended up finishing 2nd that day to Chick Chalk Rose. So I think All Gas No Brakes is looking pretty good in here, especially with the scratch. In for 3rd, I got the 3 horse Cover Band. One of those great race this guy put up last week. You can see it on his lines. He was parked to the half in 56 and 2, cleared, and did not want to give up that lead. He was, very, very stubborn about keeping the lead, and that was to Cadiddle. I thought Cadiddle would easily go by him, but she worked to have to do it. So I think Cover Band is right on his game right now. And Deborah, this is one of the ones that if she does win this race, there will be a carryover in here. We all know how quick she can be, but she can also, bring a little bit of erraticate along with it. Now, she hasn't raced since April the 26th. She's going to get a bridle change tonight. She's going to go from blinkers to an open bridle tonight. I really don't care how they race her. I mean, if he wants to come out of there with her and get her spotted, that's fine. And if he wants to race her from off the pace, that's fine with me too, because she's another one with a devastating good kick on the end of it. So Deborah, threw her down in for 4th on my ticket. But again, if she ends up making getting the job done in here, then we will move into carryover status on tomorrow night. Not using JG's pal in here tonight. Did race good in his last start. Does take a little bit, not a drop down, but going to come back to the same class. Does come up with a little bit better post to work with the rail. 2 8 holes in his last. I didn't use our Royal Port in here, but I think he's live in this race. And the big reason being is that a lot of these horses are going to have to do what they're going to do coming from off the pace, where I don't think this guy needs to do that. I think if JR wants to hustle him out of there and try to cut a mile with him, he could get the job done here, because bringing him back to this track, I think he's going to be a little bit better on the big track than he is on the smaller track, where he's been back-to-back winners in his last 2 races. So definitely a horse bringing good form in here. My Retirement Dream, again, another horse coming in from London. If he was one class below this, I probably would be all over him, but I wouldn't be surprised if he got the job done in here regardless. Middle of the gate, JD's got options with him. And Jamon, didn't use him in here, but a horse that brings a lot but sometimes he doesn't bring it at the right time. So I'm going to take a wait and see on him as well. He has made breaks coming out of there. He seems to be cleaned up right now. He had a win 2 starts ago and non-winners of 3,000. Came up to this level in his last start from the 9-hole, but didn't really have any answers for anybody in there. So I'm going to leave him off my ticket and maybe play him again next week. Could be bad on me. So my numbers in race number 10, 4, 9, 3, and 8. Remember, we do have 2 scratches in here, the 7 Crystal Ball or the 10 South Wind Domino. That'll be doing it for me tonight. The next voice that you'll hear will be that of track announcer Chad Rosema as he introduces this 10th race to us. I'll be back to talk to you tomorrow night. And that's post time will be 6:30 per usual. And if you want to tune in a little bit earlier, at 5:45 will be the pre-game show. You want to stop in and see me. I think I get Mr. Rosema tomorrow. Best of luck is how you see race number 10 and a safe drive home.
Tenth race Trotters on post parade. Leading off, number 1, JG's Pal. Tyler Borth drives. Brian Lawrence trains and owns with Stuart Lawrence and Smirk Incorporated. 2 in the field are Royal Port. In the bike, J.R. Plant, Gerard Demers for La Ferme-Tag Incorporated. Number 3, Cover Band. Cassidy Schneider trains for Colonel Schneider Jr., James McDonald between the wheels. 4's Tactical Strike. Scott Young for trainer Gary Murner, Gino Toscani owns. Number 5, My Retirement Dream is driven by Jonathan Drury. Eli Wagler trains for Wagler Stable Incorporated. Jamon 6, Travis Cullen for trainer Sean Stacy, Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated, Dale Larson and Stephen Downey, the owners. 7's out, number 8, Deborah, Mark McDonald, Bill McClure trains and owns with Ryan McClure. All gas, no brakes, number 9. It's driven by Louis Waugh, just awaiting that one's arrival to the track. There he is exiting the paddock now. Vic Putty trains for Gordon McDonald and Christopher Bolin. The 10 horse is scratched. Field of 8 to wrap things up on a Sunday night. High 5 available to play. Post time in 6 minutes. Starter now calls for the 10th race. Trotters and drivers to line up behind the gate. We've got a field of 8 now after a couple of scratches in here. 2-1 on a couple of charges, including all gas, no brakes, and tactical strike. Not far behind Jamon at 3-1. Rest of them are double digits on the board. High five finale on a Sunday night. Lining up behind the gate. It's post time. Starting gates, picking up speed here. They come to a start. And a perfect looking start to close things out. Away they go. They're off and trotting. Tactical strike leaves out of their off stride Jamon. Jamon's made a break. Deborah on all gas, no brakes, pushing out from the outside post positions with Deborah crossing over. All gas, no brakes, driving on, so tactical strike will get away third. My Retirement Dream is going to get a seat now in fourth. Away fifth is Our Royalport, being followed sixth by JG's Pal. Seventh one is Cover Band, and further back, finally resetting now after the early miscue, Jamon trails. 27-2 opening quarter speed, all gas, no brakes. Sets the pace into the backstretch, a length and a half in front of Deborah. Tactical strike then third, My Retirement Dream fourth. Break of 3 to Our Royalport fifth. 6-1 is JG's Pal. Seventh continues to be Cover Band, and trying to catch up, Jamon. Almost at the half now as leader all gas, no brakes at 3-1. Shows the way just over length in front of Deborah. And tactical strike with My Retirement Dream staying in. JG's Pal on the move from the back. 57-1 down to the half. And Young's going to right line. Tactical strike out of the 3-hole first up to challenge leader all gas, no brakes. So some cover to work with for JG's Pal. Inside, My Retirement Dream will get shuffled now. Third over from the back, Cover Band. Then it's Our Royalport and Jamon. 3/4 the next stop for new leader Tactical Strike, who's getting by all gas, no brakes, and clearing in front now, and leads to 126-2 to 3/4. Tactical Strike turns for home on top 3. All gas, no brakes in behind. On the outside, JG's Pal. Deborah with some trot now along the inside. And then in behind horses, My Retirement Dream in the center is Cover Band. It's Tactical Strike. Clear by about 4. In pursuit and behind, JG's Pal and Deborah. But Tactical Strike is home. And Tactical Strike at 2-1 will deliver by about 3 in front of JG's Pal. Then Deborah and My Retirement Dream, mile time 1:55. Unofficial 4-1, 8-5-9. Tenth race, winner number 4, Tactical Strike, back in front of us. The 5-year-old brown mare by Tactical Landings out of the Holiday Road Dam, source for Sealster. She's owned by Gino Toscani, trained by Gary Murner, and driven to victory by Scott Young. 3 for 18 this year's Tactical Strike. Now a 10-time winner in her career, 155 her latest, pushing her career total to more than $200,000 in earnings. 155 for Tactical Strike. Race 10 payouts. Number 4, Tactical Strike, 650, 370, 260. Second, number 1, JG's Pal, 910, 620. The 8, Deborah, third, 670. $2 exacta, $48.30. $1 try, $311.95. $1 super, $3,349.90. Jackpot high 5 carryover. We don't have any payout at all, so looks like perhaps no winning tickets at all. $86,100.86 into Monday's program. $2 late double, 43, $40 pick 3, $110.90. $1 pick 4 and pick 5 wagers, 308.60 and 32,364.20. Sunday in the books, another weekend done. We still have one more in our 4-day rotation, however. Hopefully everybody can join us on Monday. 10 races at 6:30, pregame show at 5:45. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Enjoy what's left of your weekend. Have a good night. Starting gates, picking up speed here. They come to a start. And a perfect looking start to close things out. Away they go. They're off and trotting. Tactical Strike leaves out of there. Off stride, Jamon. Jamon's made a break. Deborah on all gas, no brakes, pushing out from the outside post positions with Deborah crossing over. All gas, no brakes, driving on. So Tactical Strike will get away third. My Retirement Dream is going to get a seat now in fourth. Away fifth is Our Royal Port, being followed sixth by JG's Pal. Seventh one is Cover Band, and further back, finally resetting now after the early miscue, Jamon trails. 27-2 opening quarter speed, all gas, no brakes. Sets the pace into the backstretch, a length and a half in front of Deborah. Tactical Strike then third, My Retirement Dream fourth. Break of 3 to Our Royal Port fifth. 6-1 is JG's Pal. Seventh continues to be Cover Band, and trying to catch up, Jamon. Almost at the half now as leader All Gas, No Brakes at 3-1 shows the way just over length in front of Deborah and Tactical Strike with My Retirement Dreams staying in. JG's Pal on the move from the back, 57-1 down to the half, and Young's going to right line Tactical Strike out of the 3-hole first up to challenge leader All Gas, No Brakes. So some cover to work with for JG's Pal. Inside, My Retirement Dream will get shuffled now. Third over from the back, Cover Band, then it's Our Royal Port and Jamon. 3/4 the next stop for new leader Tactical Strike, who's getting by All Gas, No Brakes and clearing in front now and leads to 126 and 2 to 3/4. Tactical Strike turns for home on top 3. All Gas, No Brakes in behind. On the outside, JG's Pal. Deborah with some trot now along the inside. And then in behind horses, My Retirement Dream in the center is Cover Band. It's Tactical Strike. Clear by about 4. In pursuit and behind, JG's Pal and Deborah, but Tactical Strike is home, and Tactical Strike at 2-1 will deliver by about 3 in front of JG's Pal. Then Deborah and My Retirement Dream, mile time 1:55.